Okay, that's fixed. So I need to fix this. Hello Namida, what up? Let me just change the scene to Nikke. Should be good. There we go. How's your day? Can you hear me? Forgot to swap my settings from recording videos to streaming mode, so the audio was a little bit loud. Is everything good now? Should be server reset in like 5 minutes. So. Can you hear me? Wait. No, I'm worried. Is this muted still? No, it's not muted. Oh, I'm very low. Okay, gotcha. I need to fix that up though. Like, it really is an issue that my volume is that low. I need to figure out what's going on with Today you will be able to open your first Pilgrim mold. Hopefully you get something good. I hope you get something good, Gustav. Hi, by the way. It's nice to see you again in the stream. Like, hopefully you get something good. Like, I need to find a way to make my microphone pick up the volume better. Because it was an issue I also had when I was playing games online before doing content creation. And I never really looked into it that much because people just increase the volume, right? But now that I'm actually like trying to do content, I probably need to look into it as to why my microphone is so quiet. Even though I feel like I'm speaking, you know, not that low actually. So I don't know. It's weird. There's probably a program somewhere that would allow me to solve that issue. But yeah, how is your guys' days today? Oh yeah, did you guys see the news from the devs, the dev report? They've been looking into making an archive or something that allows people to play past events. One more Pilgrim day until you get first Pilgrim mold? Oh, nice. I hope you get something good out of it. Praying for a Scarlet, but you'd gladly take Snow White or Rapunzel? I mean, those three are like top of the line picks for sure. Scarlet is probably the one that will serve you in the most amount of general content. Like, she's good almost everywhere. But yeah, the other ones are also really good. Like, Rapunzel is a really, really good healer that allows you to do some mistakes to some extent because she resurrects. And, well, you know Snow White because of my content, right? So yeah. I was thinking maybe publish as well some more random encounters. I'll have to go through these and find some that are interesting that I've seen in the past. Because there are a lot of them that are really funny. As long as it sells Pilgrim, you're fine. Scarlet would just be a bonus. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. What I find really interesting is that, well, it kind of makes sense, right? But Dorothy has 0 random encounters at the moment in Nikke. Like, absolutely 0. So my energy is basically stuck at 5 out of 5 because I already have done all the random encounters. And yeah, Dorothy has a grand total of 0 while Ray got a bunch of them. So But it makes sense because Dorothy wouldn't go to the outpost, and even less the Ark, right? So it kind of makes sense. But I would like for them to find a way to implement random encounters with Dorothy, because I would love to see some of those stories unfold. Especially since I quite like Dorothy. Do you have the free maid lobby they gave for the event? Yeah, of course. I have all of them. Do you want me to... I believe I have all of the lobby things. Except the ones for main story. Unless for some reason there is one that I missed for what's it called? Yeah, here it is. I'll just put it on this one, I guess. If you're curious about it, I think I'll show it to you. This is the maid lobby thing. So unless they made one for no caller ID that I forgot and that I didn't get for some reason, even though I cleared most of that event. Yeah, I have all of them. I don't remember if there was one for no caller ID actually. Maybe I actually didn't get it because I did struggle with that event. You stopped playing around them, so you missed on getting it. Yeah, it will come back eventually, right? Like there will be reruns and so on. So it will happen eventually. So we're 1 minute away from reset. 15 seconds and we'll start the daily routine. So I may as well just start going to over... What's going on with my mouse here? I may as well start going to... Oh, there's hair in it. Oh wow, there's dog hair on it. A bunch of it. My dog is being an issue. Okay. So I guess we start moving to the overzone area to finish up the last few portions of the event. Yeah, now we have the full thing. So let's see. So we get 2 relics today. Oh, god damn it. What is happening with my mouse today? Jesus Christ. I did not mean to press anything. But yeah. Like, I mean, I believe it will be back eventually. So there's one here, as expected. And you will basically eventually get it. Like, I don't think they will keep it as a permanent thing that you will not be able to unlock because you didn't do it right. The devs actually talked about making people be able to replay past events. Like, they're already looking into how to do it. And how to archive it and how to make you like replay the minigames and everything. Like, they're actually looking pretty deeply into that, which is pretty cool to be honest. Because usually it takes a while for most devs to think of a way of making past events permanently available. So that is something quite interesting. I don't know if you guys read the dev notes. Okay, so that's one. So today is this one, and it's probably hidden somewhere around here, isn't it? It's quite interesting that this part was never opened up, even though it existed. Where would the last relic be at? Because this will be the last relics, I believe. I think these will be the last relics. Where is it? Maybe inside of the tent? While I walk, I'll check over here. Nope. Up here, maybe? No? Huh. The last relic is well hidden this time around, huh? Or maybe I'm just blind. One of the two. Probably the latter. I'm probably just being silly. Where is the last relic? Tips 10 pounds. Yeah, what up? Tipping 10 quid, huh? I mean, I would take it if I had monetization, but I don't, so you'll just have to be happy that everything is free. Let's see. Where could the last one be? Like, is it? There's no way it's around here, is it? Because there was one here, so there's no way that one is here. Maybe it's near the white memory area? Like, the devs sometimes seem to want to put relics in places that you will visit or be nearby naturally through the event. But I guess not. Is it? Where could it be? Huh. Now I'm confused. It's probably not very enjoyable to watch, but let's try to figure out where the last one is at. It's not behind the boss. It's not behind the trees. It's not at the edges here. It has to be in some place, in some very... Oh, there it is. Like I said, it has to be in some very silly place. I guess there's a reason Delta called me out during that random event. During that random encounter. Oh, I pasted the wrong one. Print screen. Oh, there we go. Eyes as sharp as a hawk. I will not say the rest of the thing that Delta said in that random encounter, but you can probably guess what if you watch my content usually. Let's see. So this one is here and this one is here. Okay, so there. That Lilith thing that we saw yesterday really confused me though. It had me thinking almost the entire day. Over the stove, but you'll be free in a few. Oh yeah, take your time, like it's fine. Don't worry about it. Like I really appreciate that you guys just show up and support the stream. I was talking with someone that I did not expect to get like regulars that quickly, which is much appreciated to be honest. But it's a very big surprise to me. Let's see. It's also very encouraging. Going to clear the Pilgrim Tower, be back when you open the mold. Oh yeah, do give me the news about it. Like, I hope you get something good out of it. Feel free to join the stream, and I will link the stream as well, so that we can have. Whoops! I did not mean to open this to open the stream. I wanted to get the link of the stream. And there we go. What works better than a YouTube notification bell that doesn't work? Posting community posts about streaming. So this time around the relics were not that far away from each other. Wait, did I? I did give the correct spots, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, it was just the image that was confusing. Okay. No, we're good. Okay, so now we go back into the thing. Oh yeah, by the way, that song has a very interesting piece of lore to it. The song that I just got. The 64 something something. Apparently it's a hexadecimal code. I read that in some forum. And it basically translates to mind switch, apparently, in hexadecimal. Now we have the unlimited attempts for 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 the white memory. So first, let's get the final ending, which is the meta one. So we go back. Oh wait, stand guard. So we decide to stand guard, and this should be the final ending. Eating ramen and flapping to Rapunzel. That's one way of having a nice evening, Zephyr. Nice seeing you as well. It was a very impromptu stream, but I'm kind of happy to see so many people popping by. So now we have the final ending. Now we have all of the endings, right? So we got the normal ending of Snow White standing guard. We have the normal ending of Snow White gets a deer. Rapunzel novels, it's basically hentai. So we get the Snow White ending where she hunts a deer, that's the second ending. The third normal ending is Snow White being essentially a freaking Alaska bear fishing salmon with her bare hands. We have the normal ending of Rapunzel cooking with a cookbook. Right? Just quickly show the text of this. So we have the normal ending of bidding farewell where they pray for the dead. The bad ending where we end up fighting the raptors because we're too dumb and we decide to shoot with a anti-ship rifle a poor little deer, which is a thing. The meaningless hallucinations, in which we hallucinate about Red Hood with Snow White after eating mushrooms. The bad ending where the what's it called? Only manages to catch like small craters. We got the fish have fallen asleep bad ending where we mess up because we don't try to use fishing techniques by trying to make the bait appealing to the fish. Yeah, Miko would trade novels. Yeah, that's true. We got the bad ending where we asked Scarlet to use her blade to kill the fish so that we can get them. And Scarlet, being a Nikke, forgets how strong she is and basically decimates all fish in the river instantly with her freaking burst. Like with a single slash. The bad ending where Rapunzel doesn't follow the recipe. And then we have the bad ending where Scarlet is not, where Snow White is not capable of going back to visit Lilith just yet because she has not grieved enough. Like she's not mentally strong yet. We have the Snow White true ending where we see a little bit of information about the music and the hobbies of Red Hood. With the radio and the song. First, the buried memory was. This one was the time capsule. That was my mistake. This was the time capsule, and the next one is the radio one. In my opinion, which ending will affect Snow White character development? Oh, definitely the final one. Well, all of them kind of develop Snow White, right? In one way or another. So all of these endings, except some of the bad ones, develop Snow White. Because the buried memory is what reminds her what he's fighting for. I hope we can save the humans. The retro Red Hood is basically reminiscing about Red Hood. The fleeting fading is a little bit of a think between them. But the really ending that mostly affected Snow White is this one. The one where the raptors steal Lilith's head. This is why this ending is the reason why Snow White is so obsessed with destroying every single rapture on the surface. This is the reason why she decided, I will spend my entire time on the surface, and every single walking and waking minute that I have that I am not eating or sleeping, I will be using it to kill raptors. Nothing much ruins your day more than spicy food not being spicy because peppers and peppering. Oh, that's a sag. Also, hi nobody. I say it. Yozo, the Night Sky. I believe those are the characters for Night Sky, right? It should be Yozora. Yozora nobody. Anyways, like I believe this is the ending that affected Snow White the most, but as we were going by order, the Retro Hood with the cassettes where she basically thinks about how much she misses Red Hood. The Scarlet one, basically, they reminiscence about memories and how nothing lasts forever. It kind of like helps her a little bit stabilize. The Parasol story with Dorothy, trying to help her, because Snow White, believe it or not, still thinks very fondly of Dorothy. Even at the end of Overzone, where Snow White knows that Dorothy is scheming something, she still said Dorothy is the only leader of Goddess, so that's why they're not using the name Goddess Squad anymore in the main timeline. Because they're waiting for Dorothy to come back, and once she is back, they will be Goddess again. So that's her thinking about it. This is the information that we have about reminiscing about Red Hood and how she basically caused Rapunzel to become the pervert she is today. And yeah, the beautiful Lily Vice, where she reminisces about how strong Lilith was of a person in her life, where she leaves the flower that she picks up, and a bouquet of flowers. Because Snow White admired very deeply Lilith. Everyone in Goddess admired Lilith one way or another. But Snow White admired Lilith quite a bit. And I believe her death, and maybe Red Hood's death as well, but especially Lilith, is what caused her mind switch and turned her into such a militaristic girl. Because apparently she wasn't always like that. The Tamed Dog tag is a pretty interesting one, where we learned that the legendary commander was in a relationship with Lilith. He was originally a mercenary, became a soldier, afterwards that worked with Goddess Squad, and was kind of a callous person until he came into a relationship with Lilith, and was basically a tamed dog at that point, kind of thing, which is interesting. And we have the final ending of the Raptors, for some reason, stealing Lilith's head, which is very interesting, to be honest. I probably will spend some time off stream recording how to get all of the endings so that people know how to get there now that we have infinite search on, because now I have everything at 100% to help people do it. But yeah, like those are pretty interesting, to be honest. She's journeying, so you think the endings need a canon order? I think all of the endings are canon in the end, except some of the hallucination ones, probably. Like some of the really, really bad endings where she probably would be incapacitated or whatever could still be canon, but I don't know if they would be. All the other ones, all of the true endings and good endings and normal endings are, like, I believe are canon, and they're just part of like her daily routine, basically. Good news or bad news? It's always better to hear the bad news first. So, do tell me what's going on. By the way, Namida, did you de-seed the peppers? Because that's usually what causes them to not be spicy enough. If you remove the seeds, you remove a huge chunk of the spice. But yeah, do tell me the bad news first, I guess. Zephyr. Ooh, challenge mode. What does the final challenge give? 50 of these, huh? Okay. I was right about the separate banner. You might want to open them if you just pop them entirely. Open them a little bit so that they mix well, right? So I was right about the separate banner. So it's similar to the Winter Rupee and banner, basically, which makes sense. So what's the bad news then, Zephyr? Also, I assume that these news that you're sharing are not data mined or anything, because otherwise I just don't want them here. Like, that is like one very specific point about the stream is I don't want data mine stuff to be said here. I don't appreciate anything that those data miners people do. Especially after they've been asked to stop and they continue, so I have absolutely no respect for them anymore. Rupee has a bunny skin. Oh, the bunny skin that is behind a gacha mechanic, apparently, according to some people. We'll have to say it to see that. Because the fact that it's... I've seen so many people talk about it all over the place. Like, as much as I want to dodge it, I've seen people talk about it. We can have them face tank most of it at the moment. I don't think the Thunder will do that much damage, but... Rupee is stealing our money again? Yeah, that's kinda true. Those machine guns are really dangerous though. Really? That didn't break it, huh? I cannot leverage enough HP. So now if they if it decides to machine gun, I'm actually roly bone. This is actually really bad. I probably shouldn't have leveraged the HP that much. Trailing mechanic. Oh, there goes Rapunzel, and there goes the cover, and everyone's gonna die. God damn. You're wasting it on the pass. Huh. Yeah, this is a reset. Yikes. So Rupee will be stealing our money. Funny enough, you still don't have Rupee, huh? Is the Rupee skin going to be in a pass then? Because I've heard mixed things, so if the Rupee skin is behind a pass, that would make the most sense considering how Nikke has been up until now, but I'm actually curious about that. Also, I don't feel I'm doing enough damage. The new game event pass. Yeah, then that's fine. Like, it's basically the same as always. Just that I remember someone sharing me a tweet about someone complaining that the Rupee skin was behind a gacha or something. And was basically saying that the devs are shit and that they're greedy and, you know, all of the good old entitled gacha gamer stuff. And I assume that he based all of that with the leaks, so... And the problem is that it has been shown that not all of the leaks are... How do I put it? Some of the leaks are a little bit malicious. Because there's people that have faked leaks in the past, actually. Nora is getting her own banner. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to have two separate banners, right? That's what would make the most sense. Instead of having to fight a 50-50 on each of the raid ups, you have it individually on each banner. Okay. Rapunzel, you're gonna have to increase your healing because this is not enough. Trailing mechanic. And I have to bite the bullet here. There goes Rapunzel. How did she still die though? This is so bad. Probably not gonna... Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Noir is 100% a shy and timid tsundere bunny. I mean, you would prefer 50-50 so you can get them at the same time. It's basically the same. It's almost the same thing. It's like, because it's two banners, you kind of have individually higher odds of getting them. Because otherwise they would have to split the odds between those two and the rest of the off-banner Nikkes. Whereas here you basically have the high chance of getting one and then you roll on the other banner, right? That's how I view it. I would have to do the math to check if it's true, but that's roughly the idea. Privacy isn't a good choice if Modernia is on the team. Privacy lowers ammo cap and Modernia needs to hit 200 times. Yeah, kind of true. Privacy doesn't synergize very well with Modernia, for sure. But her attack buff can offset some of it. It really depends on what you're trying to do. But yeah, you are actually right. Privacy doesn't synergize very well with Modernia, actually. Because the reduction of the ammo capacity really hurts minigun Nikkes, basically. It's a really, really bad idea. Unless you're doing like something like you're bursting... Yeah, it's not a good thing, because every time you burst with Privacy, you're basically screwing over Modernia. Rapunzel is not healing enough. Maybe I'll be back to this challenge later once I make my Nikes a little bit stronger. Through skill levels and everything. Because Rapunzel right now is not healing enough, and I don't know if what's it called? If she'll heal enough at the moment. Maybe I'll increase her healing skills a little bit once I finish doing the dailies. So let's collect this. I will miss Overzone, I'm not gonna lie, it was such a good event. Get the free gems. You don't burst with Privacy, only Modernia and Haran. But if you have Modernia, one of the pros of Modernia is that you can sort of get away with never bursting with her and still do a lot of damage, right? So unless you're using Modernia for AoE clearing, you can sort of get away with not bursting with her, because her auto attacks do so much damage and her attack rate is so high. Yeah. So for example, what I personally did when I was fighting Nihilister, right, is I put Snow White, who is always going to burst on cooldown because she does the most damage in my team. I put Modernia because I wanted a way to very consistently break the circle, since she has high bullet capacity, right? So she will machine gun very quickly down the interruption circles, along with Guilty's shotgun. And I put Helm, and Helm was the one that would burst on cooldown instead of Modernia. And that basically meant that Modernia was doing a lot of damage using just her basic attacks and no skills. Any character affection recommended to know the... Oh, if you want to know the lore and world building for Nikke, the first ones that you really need to look at to understand at a fundamental level the world of Nikke are the ones that introduce you to all the basics. So Neon introduces you to some of the basics. Anis introduces you to a lot of stuff related to the arc. And Rappi introduces you to a lot of things related to what the commanders do, right? So those are the basic tree. Especially Anis and Rappi are really good for introducing you to the world of Nikke. Once you're done with those, some of the good ones to have a better understanding of, for example, how the arc functions, ironically enough, is Crow. Crow is really good in terms of Bond story to give you an idea of how shit the arc is and how much of a dystopian place it is, especially for Nikke's. After that, it's more individual stories most of the time that have a little bit of overarching stuff with the lore of Nikke. Modernia is another one where you can get some ideas of how heretics function. So she is good if you want to have like additional lore related like to the overarching world. Other than that, most of these stories are more about the individual Nikkes than the world that surrounds them, but you can kind of learn some stuff along the way, right? But yeah, like those are like some of the biggest, I would say, if you want to learn the overarching lore of the game, are really good for that. If you want to look at it from a pure lore, world building kind of thing. Yo, what up, Eric? Means that you can burst with Snow White and have Modernia take Privacy place. I mean, I use Modernia to compensate the lack of AoE. Like, for team building with my Snow White, right? My most common tactic, because my Snow White cannot one-shot most of the bosses, like it's not a thing at the level of power of my Snow White, I kind of have to compensate some of those portions, right? So one of my most common tactics is, what is Snow White's biggest weakness? Her hit rate ability and her AoE. So Modernia is really good to pair with her for compensating that weakness. Haran as well. And then it's a matter of what do I want to do. Do I want to buff her? I can use Leader. I want to use the brand for additional AoE, which is my most common tactic. You have Haran for AoE as well. Yeah, I mean, Haran pairs very well with Snow White as well, right? Both pair quite well. After that, you can use buffers, like for example, Helm allows for healing and buffing. If you don't want to use Modernia with Privacy, you can always use Haran Privacy, right? And this way you don't gimp yourself in that regard and you still buff. You can always go Senti for a little bit of AoE hitting when you have clusters of missiles. And then you can add like, I don't know, Modernia or Haran. And then put something additionally, right? Etc. There are a lot of combinations of Nikkes that you can use in that regard. It's always like, yo, what up, Josos? How's your day as well? But yeah, it's like, it's what difficulties is the stage giving you? Because, for example, I could go full Snow White team, right? Actually, I need to remove this one and change it for this one. If I wanted to go full Snow White team, I could go something like this. And this is like a Snow White kind of one-shot comp. You can't wait for the rupee skin? Yeah, I can't wait as well. It really looks like it will be quite interesting. But yeah, you can go for something like this if you know you can get away with it and you want to maximize the damage of your Snow White. Like, that is what I would do. If I have an issue with AoE, I can swap with Haran, or I can put Modernia, etc, etc. It's about, you know, what weaknesses do you have? What weaknesses are you having or struggling with in that particular fight? So, what is today's special interception? Modernia. Okay, I can do that. For example, for Modernia, I could quite literally swap Marion for example, Maxwell. I will not because I like using Modernia's burst for the sole purpose of clearing the bombs so that they give me less of a headache. Yo, what up, Team Junior? You will make Alice a 3-star and Pepe Chill. I mean, Alice is really good. Like, she's a freaking monster once she's built up. The big caveat is she has to be built up, right? Dorothy, Haran, Snow White, Modernia, Senti is the team you're looking at because you don't have some of those. I mean, yo, what up, Kazuma? How's your day? Man, a lot of people are coming back to the stream. It's really, like, I've mentioned this before, but it's really encouraging when, you know, people find my stream to be entertaining enough to come back. Like, really, thanks a lot for the support. But yeah, like, it really depends on what you're trying to compensate when it comes to Snow White. Because you can't always go the Unga Bunga, Snow White will one-tap everything, right? Like, realistically, unless you Uber Whaled, you have a full overload gear, your Snow White is like is full limit break or even core breaking. Speaking of core breaking. And there we go, that's the core down. I probably could have actually gotten away with going Maxwell here. How's my planning going? Poorly, because I swear I'm trying to schedule my streams, right? Like, I'm actually trying. But then during the week I have no idea if I will have the time to you know, between working on some stuff and my thesis and everything. Like, I don't know if I'll have the time to stream one day or another, so all of my during the week streams are not planned for and impromptu streams, basically. But you can also frame the bombs, by the way, funnily enough. I did not want that wing to be clipped. Oh, that's bad. Please do not kill the other wing before I kill Modernia, because then she will reset. Oh, that's bad. They broke the wing. Okay, I do have a small time frame. There we go. Okay. Quick question, should you get Noah's spare body or save in case they add other pilgrims? To be honest, I would save, because in the long run, you don't need the Noah spare body for... you don't need the Noah spare body to get past the 160 wall. You probably don't use Noah frequently enough to justify a full limit break Noah. And at the moment, you will be rolling on different banners, so eventually you will get probably additional Noah copies. So I would just hoard those tickets and just wait. Because there might be a non-pilgrim meta unit similar to Alice, or Alice might be added to the shop, or, you know, there might be something that will happen eventually, right? Broken with Himiko and Hard because the crit rate is over 1000. That's kind of funny. This coffee is so weak. Yeah, you should make black coffee. From my perspective, black coffee is best. I was also thinking maybe I should try to add to the stream at some point the chat somewhere on the stream. I don't know if that will add any value, but it's probably an idea. It's an idea I've been messing with for the stream. Ooh, 5 molds today. Wait, why is... there we go. I mean, yeah, this is absolutely going to decimate the Pilgrim Tower. 47 out of 50 for Pilgrim mold. Oh, I hope you get something good. You don't make a huge crit, both seeing base value and Himito are broken, but you're hoping Kark again. Some good stuff about Himiko team. Yeah, I mean... On Pilgrim more when you see... Yeah, I've gotten 2 R Nikkes out of the Pilgrim molds. Like, it's really sad to see every time I see it happen. Maybe I should not just full auto this thing, because Nikkas are dumb as bricks when you don't control them a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Like, I don't know. Like, personally, R, but it's Pine, it's still kind of sad, because you would rather have a Scarlet. Like, choosing, like, even if it's not a Scarlet, if I could get additional spare body parts for Snow White, for me it would be huge. Like, for me, additional body parts for Snow White would actually be strong. It's still fresh. I mean, as much as we like Pine, right? Like, those are not Pines, unless they remove the mask and say that she's Pine. So we're still getting... You know. But yeah. Like, I don't know, I would be very, very sad if I freaking keep getting Pines instead of actual, you know, pilgrims. Because sure, she's an honorary, you know, a honorary goddess squad member, but I'm still missing Scarlet. I already have her. So, I'd rather have Scarlet. The wound of not having... Yeah, I mean, it is still fresh. I really wish I could get at least like one copy of Scarlet. That would make my life so much easier on so many areas of the game. For sure. Not complaining though, like the Nikkas that I have are amazing, but it would definitely make some parts of the game way easier. Because you can always also put Scarlet in a Snow White with Snow White. Like, it's a pair that you can actually run. Because Scarlet does have some form of AoE. And she also has very high damage hit rate. So for breaking circles, she's pretty good. Because unfortunately, Snow White, when she's not using her burst, her AR is not amazing at breaking interruption circles from my experience. Yeah, Scarlet less just us, it still hurts. But yeah. Like, for some reason, whenever I rolled past gacha banners, right? I would get pilgrims, but many of those pilgrims would be Haran. Because for some reason she just keeps popping in my freaking thing instead of other pilgrims. So I have a full limit break Haran, but still no Scarlet. Missiles Tower. Should I do Missiles Tower? What's the boss here? Oh, I really don't want to deal with suppressors today. Scarlet or Ash? You mean Alpha? I'll be honest with you. It depends which Alpha you're talking about. If you're talking the new Alpha model, then probably that Alpha. If not, probably Scarlet. Because I really like Scarlet's design, believe it or not, and even her personality as well as a drunkard, sword-wielding wanderer. I quite like that thing. We can beat Days for sure. Yeah, from PGR, I know. Also, the PC client is out, so I might download that. I don't know. Might at some point download it. But it's interesting that the PC client... It looks smooth though, but it's essentially the same as the emulator. Scarlet drunk running? Yeah, basically. You might replay PGR? I mean, it is a decent game now. Back when it first launched, like, it was really, really bad. Like, really, really bad. Because so many basic quality of life things were not available in the game. Hoping you don't get abnormal gear again today? Oof, that would hurt. I think I have like full sets of a thingy. PGR is a good game. It's like DMC with gacha. Yeah, kind of is. my biggest gripe with PGR, Tim, has always been the fact that the devs, for the longest time, did not put the most basic quality of life things. So whenever you had to farm anything, you had to do everything manually, and it would just suck up a bunch of your time, which is really annoying. Because, yeah, it's a fun game, but once you've seen the same stage for the 15th time because you're farming it, you'd rather be able to skip it and just get the rewards. Which is something that the devs of Nikke, for example, understood very quickly. Like, it's not even been half anniversary and we already have, you know, skip for events and all of that stuff. Should I go for this one or this one? Slifer has a... can I beat Sadin? He has a Rapunzel in this one. Huh. Let's try this one. I would love to see a DMC collab for sure, but we'll have to wait. For me, for example, if you talk about collabs, the PGR collab with Nier Automata, for me, was kind of a disappointment. Like, it was a pretty big disappointment for me. Because it's basically like, yeah, here, get the Nier Automata characters, and here you have a side story that could have been an individual PGR story on its own, with nothing to do with Nier Automata. And that kind of annoyed me. Like, as much as people criticize the Chainsaw Man collab of Nikke, it was not nearly as bad as the PGR one. At least in my eyes, right? Because if you're making a collab, it's kind of intended to be fan service. And if it's fan service, why do you not make the characters interact one way or another? And if you're scared of breaking the lore, just find a way to not break it while also having, you know, characters interact with each other. Like, it just, I don't know. To me, it was quite an annoying collab in that regard. I might actually lose. That is unfortunate. Because the last team is probably going to nuke my team. But yeah, like, that was my take on that. Otherwise, like, PGR is a really good game. The story has improved a lot. Ooh, that Scarlet burst really nuked me. The story has improved a lot. It's really good. The Abnormal Year got more boots, yikes. Epic 7 is just a collab match. Yeah, that is true. A Girls Frontline collab could be cool. Like, that could be cool for sure. Like, I don't know, like, I hope they improved a little bit on the writing of the collabs on Nikke, but I can sort of appreciate the effort that they're making. Epic 7 had some pretty decent collabs as well, with the Guilty Gear collab. They also had the Slime collab, ReZero collab. They even have freaking... Didn't they also have a collab with Korean K-pop idols or something? I think they did, right? That one was pretty silly, though, if I'm correct. But yeah, like, it's gonna be interesting. Like, if you want to give a second chance to PGR, definitely do give a second chance to PGR before I went completely on a big tangent. Because it has improved a lot. The combat has improved. The story has improved. The events have improved. They have more stuff, more variety. And overall, they finally put quality of life, and they finally put a PC client as well. Your brother is in the stream, but he can't say anything because he doesn't know anything about Nikke. I mean, he can just chat about anything. I know a lot of gacha games, so if you want to talk Azure Lane, I can talk Azure Lane. If you want to talk Arc Knights, I know Arc Knights. If you want to talk, you know, just whatever comes. Yeah, what up? I assume that's Eric's brother then. What up, E? But yeah, like, definitely do give it a try to PGR. Like, it's worth a revisit, for sure. But yeah, rip on those abnormal gears, Jossas. Like, I didn't even... Yeah, I play Azure Lane as well. I actually have a couple of videos about Azure Lane on my channel. I've played it since quite a long time ago, actually. I played it like a little bit after the first anniversary or something. So I've been playing it for a while now. Why does everyone hate 9S? He's basically Shota bait. Is anyone excited for the new game that's coming out soon? Which new game? Because you know how little that narrows it down, Kazuma? Snowstorm. Snowstorm. Is that the game where... Are you talking about the third-person shooter gacha game that is coming out in a while? Or is it like an actual AAA game or indie game or something? Nihilister likes her steak well done, for sure. Now that you have Rapunzel, should you use her instead of Noise for special interception Chatterbox? You could use her. You could use her if she's strong enough to heal. The thing that is really nice about Noise is that she taunts. For Chatterbox, it means that the first smash will always be on Noise. But you can use Rapunzel instead. She probably will work way better on Chatterbox for sure, once you build her up enough. Snowbreak Containment Zone. Oh, I think that's the name, right? Isn't it? Snowbreak Containment Zone. I think I applied for the beta on that game as well. I haven't checked my emails, my content creation emails recently, so I don't know if they actually responded or not. I should probably check that later. But yeah, if it's the third-person shooter, then it's Snowbreak Containment Zone. But I thought that one was still kind of ways off. The one that is going to come out pretty soon is Either Gazer. Either Gazer. How do you pronounce that? I think it's Either Gazer, right? That one is coming out very soon, and it's by the same developers as Azure Lane. Subgenerator. That one I'm kind of hyped about because I want to see how good of a game it is, since it's made by the same developers as Azure Lane. What is interesting though is that Arknights is releasing a very anticipated banner and event, roughly almost, I think, the same day Either Gazer comes out. So I don't know what Yostar was thinking on that one, but it is what it is. Like, it's their scheduling. To me, it sounds a little bit silly. But it does look like it will be an interesting game. I love how she talks like this is going to be a tight fight, but the reality is that these fights are always done on auto. Yeah, Either Gazer will be on May the 23rd, and on May the 23rd, for those who play Arknights, is when they're going to release Texas Alter and the Syracusano event. Which, for me, it's a big question mark as to why they decided to do that. Because both games are under the Yostar umbrella, so they're kind of, I don't know, messing with each other indirectly. Which seems a bit silly to me, but I mean, it is what it is. But what games do you guys play? Like, I'll assume that most of you play Nikke if you're watching this stream and you know my channel. But like, what other games did you guys play other than Nikke? I'm actually kind of curious. We probably have quite a few overlaps since I play quite a variety of gacha games. Although I mostly cover Nikke, right? Dokkan Battle, really? Oh. That is a decent game. I haven't really played it myself that much, but I do know some people that play it. You play a lot of games, Kazuma? I mean, that's fair enough. I play a decent amount as well. High quality powder. Azure Lane and Honkai Star Rail. Nihilister meets Dovahkiin. That would be an interesting overlap. That would be an interesting crossover for sure. So Azure Lane and Honkai Star Rail. Eversoul. Oh yeah, you did mention yesterday Eversoul. I've never tried Eversoul. I've heard a lot about it though. It's also a Korean game, right? Eversoul, if I recall correctly. Tanky, Minecraft, and that's about it. I mean, Nikke, Osu, Blue Archive, Honka Star Rail, Melon Playground, PF, and Wings of Glory. PF was what again? Because I always struggle I frequently struggle with acronyms. Eversoul. Would you guys recommend me to try Eversoul? Because I could give it a try for sure. Kind of curious about it. Honkai Star Rail, PGR, Near Reincarnation. Okay. Honkai Impact Tree. Okay. Pretty chill day, so don't take long. Okay, so that's pretty good. I can appreciate if I can do like most of the dailies within my commute, for sure. Oh wow, I did not get a single piece of upgrade gear, did I? Oh, that is amazing. So you get a piece of gear, I guess. Highly recommend Eversoul. Okay, I'll give it a try. I'll install it on my phone first, because my computer doesn't have that much space, so I would have to delete some stuff. And I'll give it a try for sure. It's a beautiful game, huh? Okay. I mean, I can get behind that. Not everything needs to have absolutely crazy gameplay, right? Like, sometimes it can be a relaxing, beautiful game and still be enjoyable. Phantom Forces is Roblox? I've never played Evertale. Oh, Evertale. Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never tried it myself, though, but I have heard of Evertale, and I've heard some decent things about Evertale, actually. Phantom Forces is Roblox. I've never played Roblox, actually. I think I might have been a little bit too old for Roblox when it started to get popular. Yeah, we're not gonna do that, though, so we're gonna find something else to upgrade. We can upgrade this, I guess. Very grindy. Okay. Does it happen to be also a Korean gacha game then? Because I have a feeling that most Korean gacha games for some reason are very, very grindy. Maybe I should also improve this piece of gear over here. Let's not use the attacker gear though, or the supporter gear. We can use some of these though, because I have so many of them. Like, whatever. I know it's kind of a waste, but I just get so much of this tier 9 gear that at some point I'm just like, okay, I'll just use it for fodder. You still love a lot of things about Legacy of Discord, but it's dead now and it's mad pay to win. Yeah, that does happen. At the tail end, some developers tend to try to milk out. Eversoul has beautiful OST, and the menu OST would make you just want to listen to it. Oh, I definitely need to try that. Because I really like when games have good soundtracks. Like, just very solid soundtracks. I'll definitely give it a try and tell you guys if I enjoyed it or not. Because I'm always open to trying new gachas, right? It's always nice to... Because it also gives you some perspective for the gachas that you main. For example, maining Nikke has given me a lot of perspective on some other gachas, and Star Rail gives me a different perspective, etc. There is a wedding event going on in Eversoul right now. When you max affection a character, you get a free outfit, pretty cool, and they give a lot of skins for free. Oh, that's pretty nice. Well, I'll definitely install it later tonight and give it a try like tomorrow morning or something. For sure. Or even after the stream, I guess. Let's do some advice sessions though. Because I believe I have not done the advice sessions just yet. Let's start by gifting some stuff to Dorothy. What's the best cube to equip on Rapunzel? Personally, what do I use again on Rapunzel? Let me check, because I always forget the names of the cubes. Sheesh, free money. I always forget what cubes I put on, like the names of the cubes. Was Matt pay to win from start to finish compared to... Okay. So they just ramped up the pay to win. Gotcha, gotcha. What did I put on Rapunzel? It's probably something stupid though. Or maybe she's even cubeless. Oh no, I did put the adjutant cube on her. Oh, charge speed I put, yeah. Yeah, I put charge speed actually on her. Adjutant or resilience? Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Jossas. Personally, I put adjutant so that she has a little bit more effective HPS because she heals, she charges faster. But yeah. Recovers HP on full charge attack. That's the reason why. HP potency. When does this activate though? 15-second cooldown. Could always improve this for some extra healing and Garden of Shangri-La. I'll think about what to improve later though. But yeah, that's what I would use for Rapunzel for sure. The other one that you mentioned, Resilience, I believe is the max ammo capacity, right? Max ammo capacity... one, right? Or is it the reload speed? No, it's the reload speed one. Okay. But yeah. Like, those two make sense. Reload speed and charge speed. Because you want her to attack as much as possible with full charge attacks, so that she heals a lot. Let's go back to some advice sessions real quick. I might actually try a little bit harder at Mother Whale today just to see if I can go a little bit further, but I don't know if I'll really bother too much about it. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you're not gonna get that far into some of these challenges. Takes forever to reload, so you went for that? Yeah, that's true. She does take a while to reload. My recommendation, if you wanna like give tickets to characters, give them one by one. If you're planning to give 3 or something around that, because there is a quest for rehab related to it, and it's give 3 gifts to Nikke's, but if you give 3 at once, for some reason, from my experience, it doesn't register. So you have to give 3 individually or 3 times to 3 different Nikkes. You're sure that your brother's tablet can... Yeah, I mean, it depends on the specs, right? You just need to check the minimum specs, and a tablet should be able to handle Nikke. For sure. I heard you called for me. Is there anything you need? I just wanted to chat with you. That's unexpected. A leisurely conversation. She always thinks that we're after something before you max bound her. She always has her guard up quite a bit, and even with some of the people of Eden as well. I mean, to be fair, she got betrayed so badly that it kind of makes sense, right? As a character to do that. Should I do Viper? Which one should I do? Rapunzel is locked because... Oh, Horan, right. Always Horan. Always doing Horan. You don't play Nikke? I mean, that's fine. I will also play Star Rail later once I finish all of the daily routine and push a little bit in Nikke. Depending on the time, right? I love this question. I love how she takes this as a chance to... Yeah, I do have the Viper skin. I also have the Alice Madoka skin as well. That does caramel dancing. They've been improving the quality of the skins quite a bit from what I'm seeing. Because, like, sure, the Viper skin still doesn't change, like, a lot of things. But with the introduction of the Alice skin, they basically showed that they're willing to put additional stuff to the skins. So I'm kind of looking forward to what they're planning to do with the upcoming skins, like, in the future. Let's do Sakura as usual. Wanting to know, which type of tea do you like? Black tea, which is actually a tea that I really enjoy in real life as well. Into that short burst of bitterness, yeah. Eversol and Nikke are similar in a sense, really? Yeah, I mean, if he wants to give it a try, he should give it a try for sure. It's a very damn good game. It's kind of a shame that he didn't start during the early portions of Overzone, but I mean, he should give it a try if he to see if he likes it, if he enjoys gacha games, right? I don't think so. Oh, right, I needed to put the other one. I always forget that it's the other answer. But it's kind of funny anyway. Skin's good, but you're afraid to play? That's fine. Like, if you don't want to put money into the game where you cannot afford it, it's fine. The skins will probably come back eventually in the future. The OST is good, the story is complicated, but a hook, and the characters have their charm. Oh, that sounds like my type of game. Let anyone says affect me, I'll be stronger. So with that in mind, say something that might upset me. And then you just reply with this. And done. We win. And we win. His luck is also better than yours by tenfold, so he should be working way better in the long run. But I mean, like, it's fine to be free to play Team Junior. Like, there's no issue with it. Like, I know there's a lot of people who are like students or that don't work or that just don't have, for example, cannot afford because the prices can be pretty high. The tsundere of Nikke, yep. And she's voiced by quite a good voice actress as well in Japanese. My squad mates sold out to the Ark in exchange for a place to live there. I've been feeding them information on what Boss Jackal and I have been up to the past few days. Been like white on rice. Questions. It's enough to make your blood boil. Managed to catch him in the act, so what should I do with them? Just don't kill him. I just love how she actually likes that. An eye for an eye, won't go overboard. It's her kindness. She's so fucked up. Like, her advice sessions are always quite interesting. Private is getting replaced. Eversoul's in an adult RPG. Okay. Private getting replaced would be very difficult because she provides a lot of things, right? She has an AoE stun, her AoE does a decent amount of damage, her last bullet mechanic allows her to do randomly a lot of damage, and she provides, as I said, pretty good buffs, so she will be very difficult to replace. What I'm very interested is in the buffs that they're planning on giving some Nikkes like Crow, because the devs mentioned that they're actually buffing or reworking or like changing some Nikkes at least, which we assume are buffs because Crow is considered one of the weakest Nikke, along with Solin, which are some of the Nikkes mentioned. Nori is a tsundere. Oh, by a tsundere you mean. This is why you always avoid Privity. A Viper you mean? Yeah, Viper is something else. Who should we advise? Let's advise Soda to tease a little bit the fact that I am making a full-bound story Soda video pretty soon. Made for you. I like that. Made for you. You're special made. Yep. It's always cute when she sings it in the lobby. Like, if you're wondering what I'm referring to, it's uh, it's this song. Which I find very cute, to be honest. Let's advise someone else next, though. We could go Dola. It's been a while since I last advised Dola, actually. I didn't have to go over the whole private stats. And yeah, it's just that sometimes I'm like reading the chat, then going back, reading the chat. So when I just saw that private is getting replaced, I just assumed that you meant gameplay, not in terms of character. Until you mentioned personality-wise. But yeah. Been working recently, decided to take on vacation. Any place you recommend? Hot Springs. If you say the commander room, she's just gonna say there's barely any AC and the quality sucks. But if you say this, you get what she's hinting? Your heart broke, Tim Jr. I mean, she is very cute. But this one is, yeah. This is why Dola is amazing as well. Like, she's such an interesting character as well. Let's advise Admi as well, because I do need her to be stronger for my Snow White, for one of my Snow White team comps. And some other team comps. Telling Kazuma Private is no longer the only tsundere. Oh yeah, that's true. The outpost is such a weird place. It's smaller than average, but have police station and courthouse. We have a hospital and train station too. What's your favorite place in the outpost, Commander? A courthouse, because that's where you are. And that is a critical hit for Admi. Her bond story is very interesting because she has basically very heavy abandonment issues. I might actually do her bond story at some point on my channel as well. But she does have a little bit of abandonment issues, basically. And difficulties with forming relationships. Quite an interesting character as well. Not a lot of people talk about her. Thought Noir was going to be the shy girl type. I thought as well, to be honest. I honestly thought that Noir was going to be the shy girl, especially considering the teasing that they did for the event in the official Nikke Twitter and everything. They basically say that the only reason we're interfering in the contest is because Noir and Blanc, especially Noir, asked us to join because she doesn't want to kiss a stranger. Because the casino is holding an event where the winner will receive a kiss from Noir. So, yeah. Did I wipe out today? No, I did not wipe out today. Your phone charges fast? That's good. My phone feels like it drains battery very quickly, but that may have to do with the fact that I play gacha games pretty frequently on it. Recruit Nikes. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to recruit Nikes. Yo, what up, Rayman? Nice seeing you again. How's your day? On my side, personally, nothing much, but how's your day? Yeah, probably. Your room is scorching. Mine is still okay. I live in Europe, so it's still not that warm just yet. Your day was fine? Oh, that's good to know. I've seen that some places like Southeast Asia and the US are already having like very hard time with the heat. Your room is freezing? Outside the room it's an oven? Yeah, that's... The weather here is still not that bad, to be honest. Like, it's getting warmer for sure, though. In Malta, your parents say it's cold as fuck. Yeah, that's quite likely, because in Europe, I don't feel like it's gotten that warm just yet. Woo! So many daily rewards. So we're gonna have a mold today. Nice. So what do we get of the mold? Yeah, we get all of these. Probably a good chance of limit breaking one, but probably gonna be a blue or something. Oh, Ludmilla, okay. I'll take that. Island nation, no tall buildings. Yeah, that makes sense. You leave your door open because it gets hot in your room. I mean, that is true. Yay. And we got a first spare body on Ludmilla, which is kind of nice to have. The extra stats are always nice to have for sure. The one that I would really like to get spare bodies at some point is definitely Snow White, because Snow White is one of those that really benefits a lot from the extra stats of spare body and bond levels. And the reason why is because of her burst having such an absurd multiplier of 1000% of attack damage. So even small increments get boosted quite a bit. Let's see, just pick up the weekly as well, because I know that there's a weekly for this, for limit breaking Nikkes. You'll be bringing your desk fan to school because of how hot it is? Yeah, that makes sense. Have you ever tried one of those silly little hats that they sell in the US where it's like a baseball cap that has like little fans attached and like that also can spray water and stuff? One of my family members went to Disney and they brought one of those things back, and it was very, very silly. They were selling those in the US in Disney and in some other places as well. I always found that thing very funny. Espion2kx, thanks for the subscription. I don't know if you're in the chat though, but I'll say thanks anyways. Let's do the Nihilister. I don't think we're gonna get another story because I'm still ways off of 3.2k. So I'm still ways off. Imagine a room with 43 people just there, only 8 fans. Yeah, that's really bad. It's been raining hard this past few days in your country? Wow. I mean, if it rains too much, then it's really bad for sure. What's really, like, have you guys had that where it rains a lot and then it gets very hot the following day, so the humidity is just like cooking you like a steam baozi? Like that is, I remember that when I used to live in Southeast Asia. I would hate it so much. Reminds me of that hat from SpongeBob episode where Mr. Crab digs up a grave and sells the rare hat. Yeah, it's kind of similar to that one actually. It's very similar to that one. It's like that here? Then my condolences. Because I hated that when I used to live over there in Southeast Asia. Even here in Europe it happened sometimes as well, but it wasn't as bad as when I was in Southeast Asia. Like I would just feel like I was being steam cooked like a baozi. It was really bad. Let's see, what am I missing? Oh yeah, the solo raid. I did say that I was going to try to clear solo raid stage 5. So these 3 teams should do fine. The ones that I'm concerned about are these, because I don't think they're good enough. But I don't know what to put. I don't know, because if I put these, it just feels like it's not gonna work. For now, let's just give a practice round to get a rough estimate of how the main teams will work, though. I've seen that quite a few people Akimbo M82 Barrett. Is that what you're going to model next on your modeling thing, Eric? I do remember that the core of Mother Whale is a little bit tougher on stage 5 for sure. You will not be modeling it, okay. Are you the only person who thinks Dorothy looks like Yae Miko? Really? Oh, that did not crit. That is bad news. Okay, we got that. So now need to clear the smaller raptors before they become too big of an issue. Or maybe I could just try to clear the core, I guess. Ah, there goes Maxwell. I missed the core as well. Okay, that's a retry for this. Isn't Scarlet Ian voice actors the same as Yae Miko? Bro thinks he's the Terminator. What? And Yae Miko is really a nice character. She's also voiced by a voice actress that I quite like, Ayane Sakura, in Japanese. Okay, let's try to get at least a crit this time around. Nope. I guess not. Oh man, this boss is so cursed, not gonna lie. Okay, I managed to clear that, but my Nikkas are probably gonna die to the next wave of raptures, so... I don't know how to work this. Okay, that's the core down at the very least. So now I can kind of work with something. Although my Nikkas are probably still dead. Chiwa Saito voices Dorothy. Yeah, she does voice Dorothy. Okay, so now we do this. Hopefully nobody dies. Private is probably... Oh, so many died. Wow. And Miranda died as well. Why does it look like a flying stingray? It is. How does Adme synergize with Snow White? You ask, Siwi. I'll show you in a bit. She basically is a 20-second buffer. That actually, let me just show you. She's a 20-second buffer, and on her burst, she increases critical damage by 20% for 10 seconds. So 10 seconds is the golden... 10 seconds is like the golden rule for when you want to full charge a Snow White burst. Because it allows you to just fully charge it. So this crit damage is nice. Polly probably synergizes better in the sense that she gives attack. But she's a 40-second burst cooldown Nikke. And here I kind of want to use Private as well. So, because Private gives an attack buff, and a pretty hefty one at that. She gives 21% here at the rank that I have her. Maxwell also gives an attack buff. I believe it's this one. All of these for 10 seconds. Right? All of these are for 10 seconds. And then Adme boosts the critical damage. So if my burst happens to crit, it will deal a fuck ton of damage. And same here, you gain critical damage and attack from Miranda. So all of this will add up to do a lot of things. Yep, see you, Eric. Nice. Thanks for the support and nice having you here. So yeah, that's why I'm using Admi at the moment, is because I really want to capitalize on that 20 second to also have Private's AoE burst instead of having to use two burst 2 units. Because the other option would also be to use Poly, but then that means that I will not be able to... Oh, I messed up there. It would mean that I would not be able to full burst 1 out of 2 bursts if I only used Poly as a burst 2, because she's 40 seconds. So that's the whole logic behind it. I hope that answered your question though, Siwi. Slui or Siwi? I assume that's a capitalized I, right? Or is it Slui? Probably butchered the name anyways. But yeah, like that's the rough idea of it. And you can kind of notice when the... Yeah, you can notice when it crits. Like, did you see the difference in damage compared to the previous full burst? Like, you saw that crit, right? And here, because I have the AoE from Private, I can actually clear those new Raptors quickly enough. Hopefully I can break the core. Yeah, I broke the core. So now these Raptors are not going to get buffed by the core anymore. So now they're much, much weaker than they used to be. And because of that, a huge headache of this boss fight has been basically solved. And now I can just focus on clearing these ports and everything. So this is another annoyance of this fight, is these Raptors are very, very tough and very annoying to kill. But they also disappear as soon as they do their thing, so you're better off just leaving them be. As long as they don't kill your units, right? So now we just need to clear these Raptors very quickly. Not letting them shoot, because they will kill instantly my Nikkes. And here is another interesting mechanic about Mother Whale, is that if any of these are still alive when Mother Whale shoots the side beams, Mother Whale will do a lot of damage. Well, she still did a lot of damage here, but it will do even more damage. But yeah. This is a practice round, so it doesn't matter, but that's kind of the idea of this team comp. Oh, it's Siwi. Okay. So I'm probably still butchering it, but yeah, this is like a Snow White mega buff comp for sure. Like, I'll show you in a bit, like how strong the damage is of this run for Snow White. Like, okay, like just... I'll show you the damage Snow White did here, right? She did 44.4 million damage over the whole fight. And a lot of it was directed at the core, because the core just absolutely disappeared, right? As you saw. And assuming I could do a tiny bit more damage, I could actually still one-shot the core at tier 5 Mother Whale. If I could do a tiny bit more damage. Maybe I can push that. But yeah, like this was just a practice round, right? So this team alone did like half of the health bar. My main issue clearing stage 5 Mother Whale is the rest of the teams struggle a lot more. Like they struggle a lot more. I'm actually considering just laser focusing on a team, so maybe I should just use an Omega LOL uber strong squad like this with this. this, and then something silly like this. Maybe I should actually go with this. Like with an actual Omega low strong squad. And just nuke the second half with the stupidly strong squad. Like, let's see if this idea works. It's probably a freaking smooth as a marble brain move, but maybe that was the play all along. But yeah, like, Snow White comps can vary a lot. Because most of the time I cannot just Omega buff and clear with Snow White in most scenarios. Because most of the time I cannot do that, I have to compensate for Snow White weaknesses, so I'm not playing with a Omega... Maybe it was a mistake going for... Okay. There we go. So now we kind of have still the issue of the core, but Dorothy is also very strong against his Raptors. So Mother Whale is gonna fly by. And we're just gonna continue trying to hard nuke Mother Whale. Hopefully these Raptors won't give me too much trouble because they tend to be quite annoying. I always personally focus the core because the core buffs the Raptors, right? So the faster it dies, the better. So here we're gonna go with the Helm Burst instead, because we want to heal a little bit. Right. So we want to play into this very hyper-aggressive style that Helm enables through the leech that she provides. I'll hold a little bit, and then insta-clear the Raptors with Horan's Burst. Which means that the laser beams on the side won't deal as much damage. Which gives us the leeway to just continue. And now we're gonna just heal back up again and get the Helm buff. And there we go, so that's Mother Whale down. Yo, what up, terrorist Yoshi? Okay, so this is the team that these are the teams that I'll use for stage 5 then. Okay. And again, Dorothy is the best support in the game, right? Support my ass. She did 37 million damage this time around. Fucking... How's your day? My day was good, terrorist Yoshi. It was a pretty intense day, but it was okay. Support, yeah, exactly. Like, there is a reason I have like a quote-unquote mini-series in my channel called Dorothy quote-unquote support versus X-Boss, because she's not a support, she's a fucking main DPS. She does so much damage. Yeah, she supports the team by... Like, what's the best heal in the world? The best heal in the world is the one where you don't take any damage because everything is dead before you take any damage. Deb you up. I am a support bot. Yeah, indeed. Kind of like that Gundam meme, I'm a healer bot. It's kind of like that, yeah. Okay. I'm going to do something first before clearing stage 5 though. Sorry for the wait on that regard. But I think I might have enough dust core saved up for another level up, because I have 2k here, and with these crates I'll get 1.5, so that's 3.5, 4.7. No, I actually don't have enough, do I? Odd, I thought I had enough actually. Huh. Okay, then maybe I was just tripping. Maybe I was just tripping. Tried to limit break Dorothy, ended up getting all the pilgrims instead. I wish, to be honest, I had gotten at least one Scarlet during my rolling sessions, but it is what it is. Dorothy is a weird one. She functions really well even at limit break 0. She actually functions really well at limit break 0. The additional limit breaks that I got is because I really like Dorothy, so I rolled really hard for her. And also, the additional levels just increase the amount the brand can soak up by a little bit, right? So okay, we're gonna aim for Mother Whale again. Hopefully this will go like earlier. You have all of them except for Isabel. Isabel is quite decent, to be honest. She's, but yeah, like you have the meta ones at least, I guess. Just like the mama's beating. Oh boy. Okay, so let's try to break this core again, like we did earlier. We're gonna basically have a lot of resets because the objective here is to crit. And the problem is I don't have a lot of crit on Snow White just yet, I guess. Oh, I broke the core. Okay, so all of these raptors are basically made out of paper now. All of these raptors are papier-mâché. All of these raptors are basically made out of paper now. Maxwell is almost dead though, so that's not a good thing. Hopefully they won't murder too much, but... Maxwell, no! Ah, goddammit, that's a reset. I actually need Maxwell alive. Yeah, rip Nemi down that one. SR from SSR mold. That does happen. Dorothy banner was crazy. You got 2 Horens and Snow White dupes. I wish I had Snow White dupes. If I had Snow White dupes, the core would die instantly, by the way. Like, the core that is here would actually get one tapped with this comp if I had a single Snow White dupe. Just one Snow White dupe would actually be enough to push that damage over the edge. Assuming it crits, right? Yep, that's not a crit, so that's a reset. Sorry about that. You're stuck on solo raid 2. Fucking... I mean, I'm not that far actually. My Union raid leader was top 50 in the challenge mode of the solo raid. I'm still stuck at rank 5 at the moment. Like, this is tier 5. But yeah. Yeah, my Snow White is strong, for sure. She is 10-10-10 on all skills, basically. And every bit of Pilgrim overload gear that I can get her, I give her. Nope, that's not a crit either. That's rather unfortunate. If I had a little bit more, like, crit stat, for example, on overload gear and whatnot, this would basically be almost a guarantee. But right now I need to fish for that crit to make the fight as easy as possible. Which might be boring for you guys, so I'm really sorry about that. But I just really want to clear that stage 5. And maybe attempt stage 6, but at least clear stage 5. Ah, that was a bad shot. Makes you want to build Snow White, but you're gated by skill books. I mean, it's a over time type of commitment, right? And Snow White doesn't need to have 10-10-10. I did it because Snow White is like, in terms of gameplay, my favorite character. But you want to see me kill that whale? Nice. Thanks for the support. And you do you? Yeah, thanks for that. But yeah, like, you don't need to go 10-10-10. Like, the main skill that you want to have at 10 is her burst, because that's the one that has the crazy scaling. Let me show you real quick. So this is when you attack, you deal additional damage and you get a buff for 5 seconds. It doesn't matter for the burst. This one, when you enter full burst, you increase the crit rate. This one is nice to upgrade for sure, right? This one is nice when for full burst, because it increases your crit rate, and that crit is what I'm fishing for at the moment. But the main thing you really want to have at tier 10 is this, because if you increase this to tier 10, your burst is just going to do absurd amounts of damage. It has a 1k multiplier, right? So, yeah. And we're going to fish again. So, like, it's basically burst and maybe skill 2 that you want to invest into. The rest is just like bonuses. And I personally went 10-10-10 because, again, it's a character that I try to bring into as much stuff as possible. But Snow White is very reliant on other Nikkes, so that might also be the issue for your skill books, is that you have to increase other specific Nikkes if you want to go like full Snow White one-shot team. Nope, that's not it. That's not it either. Ah, that is really unfortunate. We're getting really bad RNG here. But yeah, if it crits, the core is dead, essentially. Like, more or less dead. The rest is whether or not my Nikkes get targeted the wrong way by Mother Whale. Which is really annoying. I might actually... Oh, there we go. Oh, that was a crit. And we got the core. Nice. Okay, so now we really need to just kill these raptors as quickly as possible. Yes, we need to clear these tiny ass raptors as quickly as possible. There we go. So now we're in good shape. Now we're in actually really good shape. Because now we just need to snipe these. And we need to not get absolutely decimated by these, huh? So yeah. Okay, so we clear these raptors. Hopefully nothing too crazy happens here. Miranda died. This might actually be a reset. I think this is a reset actually. Because how much damage do I have total? 45. Do you guys remember how much damage I dealt earlier to Mother Whale? in the previous attempt. Because I don't remember off the top of my head. Maybe I should just scroll back to the practice run. Just cannot remember what it was. Yeah, it's fine. You've never seen Miranda. Miranda is actually pretty used. She's very cracked when you're doing a Snow White high burst thing, right? Because Miranda gives you a lot of attack and a lot of crit damage. So she's actually quite good with... I'll just take the risk. I guess. She's very good as a buffer, right? As a burst 1 buffer. She's probably the best burst 1 buffer, actually, when it comes to her Snow White. If you're talking like purely as a buffer. Was like 119 million. So we're roughly there, right? So it should be fine. Thanks a lot, Crane Trek. Nice seeing you in the chat as well. I mean, we'll take it, I guess. And the second team is... 44 mil... Snow White did in the previous attempt. Okay. So... Well, we are roughly at the 50% bar, so this team should, in theory, be able to deal the remaining 50%, right? So this should, in theory, if I play it well, a kill on stage 5 Mother Whale. But yeah, Miranda is really, really good if you want to buff something to living shit for 10 seconds. And I mentioned earlier that 10 seconds is the golden rule for a... If you want to like absolutely full burst damage with Snow White, right? Oh, I messed up. I did not mean to use Horan. I think that's reset worthy, actually. Sorry about that. I'm actually on a mission, yeah, kind of. Oh, it's fine. She's basically very niche as a character, because Miranda, you will only really see her when you can get away with buffing something to living shit to do a lot of damage. So Snow White, for example. Okay, now we're good. Trying to score as many score hits while clearing these bombs. Okay, the shield is down. So now we cleared most of the raptors. We need to clear the small ones though. Ah, Dorothy died. No, that's not good. Okay, we need to retry. Is she a background character? She does look like you're barely snuck past stage 2. I mean, yeah, it is a very, very, very rough fight, Mother Whale. Like, you gotta remember, Mother Whale is chapter 21 final boss. Like, this is a very freaking rough boss in general. So, like, it is a very, very rough boss. Even on chapter 21. It's actually way harder in chapter 21 as well. That's the worst part of it. But like, yeah, it's a very rough fight. So a lot of people who are like newer to the game are gonna struggle like crazy on Mother Whale. Because first of all, solo raid requires you to have so many characters built up, one way or another. But yeah, it's like, how am I melding him though so bad? This is actually Ah, the Dorothy full burst was... This should be fine. It's because I have like very strong DPS Nikkas, right? And they have like their skills up and everything. I'm gonna delay my burst here a little bit. Okay. Oh, Modernia! No, I needed Modernia. Ah, I should have gone with the other thingy. Yeah, Dorothy is she has cooldown reduction on one of her skills, so that allows her to just spam over and over. Like, it's amazing to watch. That's why she's so good at being quote-unquote a support, because she just demolishes things so quickly. She just has burst after burst after burst. And the laser beam that you see fall from the sky comes from Dorothy as well. FromSoft community. You're pissed off at the FromSoft community. Why is that? Dorothy does so much damage. You gotta remember that every time I fully feed the brand, which is basically all the time, it deals like almost 3 million damage. You know what? I'm gonna go with this burst instead. And then we go with this, and hopefully we'll break that stupid core. Now we're good. Now we're cooking. So now we're cooking. I'd rather heal up actually here. I can just clear the raptors manually really quickly. There we go. Yeah, Dorothy is amazing. Like, look at that. Let him cook, y'all. Yeah. That was some cooking and a half. Like, if you guys are wondering, like, how strong Dorothy can get, like, yeah, this is Dorothy doing a casual 30 million damage. Like, she did more damage than Haran and Modernia. We let bro cook, yeah. Kinda reminds you of that lobster video. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, Dorothy dealt 30.7 million damage on her own there. Like, you gotta remember, okay, so Dorothy, every time I fully... Yeah, she did more damage than Modernia and Haran. Because the way Dorothy functions, right? Okay, so that's Mother Whale thingy. Should I settle with... Yeah, I'm probably gonna settle with 5, actually. I don't think I can clear this, because Mother Whale now, this one, has way more HP as well. I'm just gonna show really quickly, yeah, that it's not exactly true damage. From what I've been testing personally, it seems that true damage that we see from Dorothy is tied to the fact that she has Pierce. So, okay, so Paradise Lost, what it does is it changes the cooldown of her skill 2 to 2 seconds instead of 20 seconds, which is the laser beam that you guys see falling from the sky continuously, right? The distributed damage thing that you guys see all the time. And gives her Pierce for 10 seconds. What I think happens is that the Pierce... I think the Pierce applies to her skills as well. So the Burst and especially Baptism. So I think that's the reason why she does what looks like true damage, is because of her Pierce having some weird wonky stuff happening. But that's my theory. Otherwise, maybe it actually has true damage and straight up it just doesn't say it. The brand accumulates damage equal to 7,788% of Dorothy's attack. So the more attack you stack on Dorothy through gear, or through core breaks and everything, the more her brand will absorb and the more it will do damage. So for example, my Dorothy has almost 3 million damage per brand if I fully feed it every single time. Right. And because it's 10 seconds, you guys know what I mentioned, the golden rule about the 10 seconds. It means that Snow White can just full burst the brand, feed it instantly, and, you know, have it do maximum damage every single time. Everyone keeps saying Armored Core is part of the Soulborn's genre, but Armored Core has been around since the 90s. That's what you're pissed off? I mean, I guess. Who the hell starts a conversation like that? She's bugged and the attack on gear isn't applying. Yeah, if they fix her, she's gonna do even more damage. He just sat down. Good old Griffin. Wasn't that with the Quagmire said something like really, really fucked up on that one? But yeah, like, I think she's still bugged, but basically if you get like overload gear with attack, assuming they either have already fixed her or they will fix her, she will do even more damage, right? Because of the additional attack. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's intentional that buffs don't apply though. But I'm not too sure. That requires like a little bit more testing. I think I will settle with tier 5 Mother Whale actually. Okay, let's just do a quick mock battle and see how bad it actually gets. So 299 million for Mother Whale 6. Let's just see real quick. One angry gamer attacked the whole Soulborn community, Jesus. A Quagmire moment indeed. Like, let's just see how bad it actually gets, because I have a feeling it gets really, really bad. Like, really, really, really bad. They said, yeah, they did say it was a bug. My question is whether or not they have fixed it yet or not. Is crit on Dorothy by choice or just not rerolling? I'm not rerolling it just yet. I mostly want attack on Dorothy. Like, pure attack. Kind of like Snow White almost. Like, on Snow White, you want to stack as much attack as possible, because it will scale a lot. And it's kind of the same with Dorothy. Dorothy attack will make it scale a lot. That, I believe, was a crit, but... Oh, these Raptors are so tanky now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm getting swarmed. Like, yeah, okay, I'm not gonna... Oh yeah, by the way, if there are still Raptors around when Mother Whale charges at you, that's what happens. Mother Whale just does so much more damage. I believe that shot was a crit, because I did do like 30 million damage with that one shot. What do you mean the bug hopefully won't be patched? I hope they patch it, because it means that Dorothy will be even stronger. Okay, let's give it a couple more tries, right? But I think I think that crit and that didn't do enough damage for the core to break instantly, which is normal, right? The higher the difficulty, the harder it will be to do a full Snow White one-shot, right? But I think that crit and was not enough, like not even close to be enough. And then the Ruptures are so tanky that it actually becomes an issue. Okay. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, they feel so much tankier as well. Or maybe I just misplayed earlier, because now I broke the shield, right? So... Still, those laser beams are... That Snow White burst was really bad though, but... Like, it really shows that this is a very, very rough fight on stage 6 as well. Yeah, now everyone's gonna die to the... Okay, everyone's dead. Yeah. I think I'll settle with 5. You thought I was using Dorothy. You're cooking right now. Yeah, I think I'll settle with 5, to be honest. Because what's the reward for clearing stage 5? That's the reward and the season end. Like, unfortunately, I will only get the very basic portrait, which is kind of a shame. I kind of wanted to have a better one, like the 1% one. I guess I'll try harder next time or something. I mean, 10%. It will be 10% give or take, right? Yeah, it will be 10%-ish, give or take. Is anyone from my union in the rankings, though? Because I do know that one of my union, like my union leader was on the leaderboards for a while. Omni, Warcraft, those are a lot of regulars to the top ranks. Oh, he lost his rank 50 spot, actually. Interesting. But yeah, like these people have crazy strong rosters, right? Like there's no point in trying to compete with the top 50. This guy is not in a union though, that's kind of funny. Is this guy? Oh yeah, this guy's a cheater. These are cheaters. All of these are gonna get cleansed up. All of these are cheaters. So I will go up in the rankings once they purge the cheaters. My union is packed. Yeah, I'm actually one of the weaker members of my union, believe it or not. Like, believe it or not, I'm actually one of the weaker members of my union. My union is Love in Global. Rosso is the guy that helped me with my PvP roster, by the way. Shiny Carp, yeah, they're very funny in the Discord. And Super Go is the union leader. He was top 50 for a while. He's cracked as well. His Alice is an absolute freaking monster. Yeah, I know, right? Like, there is always bound to be cheaters everywhere because some people just can't seem to touch grass, but... Like, I don't understand why you would cheat at these type of games, but... They'll get banned because it's very easy to notice if they cheat or not. It's very, very easy. Did I forget to pick up rewards, or is this pinging me because... Yeah, it's pinging me because of Stormbringer. Should I submit you guys to the pain of trying to kill Stormbringer last challenge mode, or should I just keep this for off stream? Yeah, they basically, I don't understand how they do the cheating, but the devs have been working pretty hard on trying to get rid of them. But it's always like a weapons race, right? The devs patch the ways they cheat, and they just find other ways to cheat, and it just continues. Kind of like viruses and antiviruses. Should I? In all honesty, no one cares about Stormbringer. That's kind of true. Yeah, I can go into Honkai Star Rail instead, or do some story attempts. Do not miss the circles. I mean, we can give it a try for real quick. I do want to increase my Rapunzel. Kind of want to increase her healing a little bit, but this is not going to increase her healing by a lot. And if I level up this one, it will increase a tiny bit the max HP and the healing, the HP potency, but... And if I upgrade Shangri-La, it'll be like 2%, so maybe I should just save my books for now, I guess. You're gonna take a leap? Wait, what? Yeah, thanks a lot for popping by, Terrorize Yoshi. I appreciate the support. Like, I'll do a real quick try on Stormbringer, but to be honest, I might just do it off stream for a bit, and then we go to Star Rail or do some story on Nikke or something. I am currently stuck technically on Mother Whale in the main story, but I have been cooking a little bit. Don't go up by much. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured as well. It's like, it just feels like I'm gonna delay a little bit. There we go. Like, this motherfucker does so much damage. It's actually obscene. It actually is obscene how much damage he does. Right now I'm intentionally letting them face tank because in this portion of the fight it's not that dangerous, but later on I might actually leverage the cover. As long as the machine gun RNG is not absolutely stupid, right? Like it's being right now. Yeah, I missed one circle. That's gonna be bad. So who are you targeting? Okay, I managed to iframe that. We're gonna Shangri-La here and leverage Guilty's HP a little bit. And we're gonna leverage the cover for Rapunzel. Marian doesn't have cover anymore, so she might die. Shield is down for Stormbringer, but he really likes machine gunning Dorothy, doesn't he? Dorothy's probably dead here. Yeah, Dorothy's dead. Everyone is dead, actually. Everyone is actually dead. Oh, never mind. Okay. Someone is probably gonna die. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's dead, actually. Yeah. That is unfortunate. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I'll have to cook something up. Because this is some obscene shit. Should I... What should I cook up though? I'll probably do it off stream though, because this is probably very boring for you guys. Because Stormbringer, you guys have seen it 1,000 times by now. Thanks a lot for the sub, GTX, by the way. Yeah, I'll cook something off stream, and if I manage to kill it, maybe I'll make a video about it, maybe not. We'll see. Because he can be pretty obnoxious. I did make a small guide on it and a video already on a Dash 20, so it's kind of fine. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, that damage gets so obscene at 21. Campaign, where was I on the campaign? Maybe I can do the side story, actually, on the campaign. But that scaling is, yeah, something interesting. Let's go back to the normal campaign, main quest, Mother Whale. I could attempt Mother Whale again, but I have a feeling it's not gonna go that well. Let's just give it a quick try though. I think... Was it... Why was I cooking with Haran back then? Probably Modernia would be better, unless... I think cooking with Modernia was better for this, right? What up, Zephyr? Poop. Like, let's just try to cook a little bit. Oh, I could... Should I? Should I go absolute full retard and go with the Snow White comp on Mother Whale in main story, Jossas? What do you think? Should I go absolutely full fucking retard? And use that comp that I used for the raid? Like, how strong is the core on... Moderna is dead already to the bombs. Like, oh yeah, the damage is way higher. Right, the damage is way higher here. I actually need to be careful with that. I could go full retard with a Snow White comp, couldn't I? But then instead of Private, I probably would use something like Helm or something for to have a little bit of healing. We're all Unga Bungas in this game like this. I mean, it's always nice to get suggestions. I think Jossas either already cleared Mother Whale or is on it as well. It's always nice to get suggestions from chat, because I don't believe that I'm like an absolute pro at this game, right? But yeah, I could try an Unga Bunga comp for sure, like just for shits and giggles. Let's try to clear some of these though, because they do quite a bit of damage. Oh, that was a Dorothy true damage, wasn't it? Oh no. There was still one Rapture alive. Oh, that's bullshit. I didn't see that one tiny ass Rapture. Okay, so let's play the guessing game of who will they murder today. Snow White is down, Moderna is down, Dorothy is down. Wow, they murdered absolutely everyone because I didn't leverage my cover properly. Okay, just for shits and giggles, let's run the Snow White one-shot combo. Yeah, let's just run the full Snow White one-shot combo for shits and giggles. Like, I know this is not gonna work, but let's just run it for shits and giggles, right? At least it will be some like, let's throw for content. Let's actually throw for content. Let's see how it goes. Maybe, maybe we'll have a good surprise, but I personally don't believe so. Because I believe genuinely this is purely throwing for content. Because unlike the solo raid, the levels and so on are not adjusted, so it means that CP gaps are a bigger issue here. Yeah, that's not gonna... Like, the main reason why it's probably not gonna work is because the CP gap is way wider now. So, we can try again. But it would be the greatest thing ever if it worked. Noah is damn good. Oh yeah, Noah is a good option, isn't she? Because of the immunity. But then I would replace Guilty with Polly and Noah then, wouldn't I? Or some healer burst too. Because Noah is 40 seconds, so if you use Noah, you have to use another either 40 second or 20 second burst to Nikke. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's try to cook up something. Think of a Noah comp, right? So let's see. Let's use this team. Okay, so if I wanted to do a Noah comp, what would I do? Okay, let's put placeholders for now, right? So if we put Noah, we would probably put Polly. We put Polly, we get a buffer. And if we get a buffer, we could use Helm. Could go like this. This sounds pretty bad though. She's in the timeout with Ray. Because otherwise, if I wanted some AoE, I could go like Private, but then I have no healing, so I would either have to replace Dorothy, which would drop my AoE. What could work? Because I don't want to drop Snow White, right? Snow White is my thing. Like this, actually. Okay, let's give it a try like this. But if I want to use Noah, I genuinely need 2 bursts to Nikke's, so that's kind of a concern. If I use Private for AoE and Snow White for the burst, then that leaves the slot 1, and the slot 1 is... it would be something like Pepper if I wanted healing, or otherwise I have to basically YOLO it. Or maybe leverage the cover more with a leader. I could leverage the cover more with a leader. Wait, did I miss? I actually missed. Wow. I aimed a little bit too low. Dorothy is great for cooldown paired with Noah. You can keep Helm if you want, but you gotta time Dorothy's burst to kill the small orbs. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I was... Yeah, like, I agree with you on that one. Like, I don't know. Like, I'd rather have the leeway of an AoE, so Private, but then I'm basically doing this with no healers, and... Frickin'... Oh, I mistimed that so hard. I mistimed that so hard. Yeah, because now it's gonna summon the... Okay, this could work. This could work. I mistimed that pretty badly, though. But... I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna time out because of a lack of damage. I have a feeling I'll time out because of lack of damage. Okay, that dealt like half the HP bar of... Probably cannot clear... Yeah, I'm not clearing the Raptors quickly enough. If I was using maybe Moderna instead of Snow White, this would probably work way better. Yeah, now everyone's dead. Yeah, this is not... You may record some of your shenanigans in Nikke and post them on YouTube. Oh, nice. How do I mean, I could just drop the Privity for Haran, I guess. But or Modernia. Then it means that Snow White Burst will be a little bit lower, but that's fine. Let's try this. That is hard to figure out, though. I'm just thinking... I don't know, like... I'll give it a few tries. If I feel like I'm completely stuck, I might just go do the side missions or just hop on Honkai Star Rail for a bit. So now we get the poly buff, right? It's not as good damage as it was when Privity was online, but it kind of works, right? So we get the immunity. Oh, we're still getting swarmed. I need to figure a way to clear the swarm faster. The ground raptors don't do much damage, just shoot them regularly until the first flyers show up. Then use Dorothy's burst when the red circles show up, it will kill the second wave of small raptors. Okay, I'll try that. Okay. So use Dorothy's burst once the red circles show up so that it kills the flyers. Okay. You had Soldier EG solo 3 simulation rooms? What the frick? That is some silly stuff indeed. So you say that the ground raptors don't do that much damage. What the hell happened to the... Yeah, no, I think I messed up the timing. So you said when the red circles show up. I'm gonna do it again? Huh. I mean, Soldier AG soloing simulation room means that either your Soldier AG is way over strong or you're doing a lower simulation room. When you say red circles show up, Do you mean like the red circles of the first flyers, then? I think that's what you mean, right? Oh, what? Gotta wait for the flares and start doing the red circle before they... Oh, before they fire, okay. So what you meant by red circle, you meant the Dorothy burst. Okay. So let's give it another try then. I'm still not very convinced about the whole Noah thing, because I'm sacrificing a burst tree slot, but it probably is pretty good for dealing with, as you said, with that specific wave of raptors. Might actually increase my Noah's power a little bit if I see that potential in the strat, to be honest. Because it does seem like a pretty solid thing. It's just at the moment I'm not even getting far enough because so much has been sacrificed, right? Oh, did I? Ah, I managed to shoot under its belly again. I'm trying to do a way too tight of a shot, aren't I? I should try to aim a little bit higher. Maybe aim for a double clip on that part of the body instead of the bottom one. That is a huge mistake on my part. E.g. Eternal Ghost. That is one way of putting it. I probably should aim for the double click on the top side instead of the bottom side. I'm just being very silly. Okay, that I don't think that was a double clip, but that's fine. We'll take it. So as soon as they spawn, I basically murder them, gotcha. Well, there goes Noah. The timing is too tight. It will take me a while to learn it. Yeah, definitely Noah needs to survive this. That's kind of the whole reason we brought her. But this is kind of working. Actually kind of working. So if we had Noah here, it actually would be useful. Yeah, this could actually work. Gotta wait for the flyers to show up. I wonder what the correct timing would be though. It's probably a little bit sooner than when I did. Probably when the very first flyer shows up, I should do the Dorothy burst. Must be pretty frustrating to watch though. I'll give it like one more try, maybe one or two more tries. If it doesn't work, I'll either go do side mission or hop onto Honkai Star Rail, I think. I'll figure out this boss eventually, right? That's what I kind of always do. Also, being able to use Polly for once is kind of nice. Because she does give a pretty hefty attack buff as well. For 10 seconds. Nope. Ah, everyone died. Let's see if the timing was correct though. No, the timing was not correct either. Was way too soon actually. It took you some time. Yeah, I figured. Like, this is not an easy boss to be fair. Like, Nihilister took me some time as well to clear. So I'm not under the illusion that I'll clear Mother Whale that easily. I'll give it a second try though, because that Dorothy burst was mistimed. And I think there's potential. Like, in theory I could just drop Snow White, right? But... and just focus more on more AoE, but I really don't want to do that. Like, if I had to say, the correct move would be to drop Snow White in favor for Haran, and then just Haran a wave, Modernia another wave, and just be done with it, right? Nope, that didn't work either. Yeah, that didn't work either. I think the damage went through, but wasn't enough. We should get SSR must produce Nikkas. It would be interesting for sure. What could I use instead? Problem is, Dorothy does provide some AoE. I like the Noah idea though. At least for that phase specifically. It also allows me to use Poly. Could substitute with Haran. We could try with Haran instead. It may sound stupid, but Haran... like, the problem will be the ground raptors though. Because the ground raptors will die very slowly. So that is a big concern, but Haran will nuke the first wave of raptors very quickly. Imagine the... I mean, we do get some backstory on the SR, on the R Nikkas, by the way. No, it's fine. Like, I want to test out a little bit Noah, right? Because I kind of like the Noah idea. So I kind of want to see, like, how it pans out. And just, like, give it a few tries, right? Wow, that wasn't enough to one-shot them. What? Did you see that? Well... this is kind of working. Like, we're kind of cooking. Now we need to deal more damage to the core, but... now this should sync up with... Oh wait, did I do it too soon? I probably did it way too soon. How long is Noah's invuln shield? 3 seconds. Yeah, that was way too soon. Yeah, this is kind of working actually. Like if I didn't mess up, I would just continue doing this, right? Well, now Polly is dead, so I wouldn't be able to. This is kind of working actually. Okay, I did say that this was that the previous one was my last try. I'll cook a little bit more, maybe increase the power of Polly and some other Nikkes. Shift some stuff around, and maybe we can manage something actually. Because you saw what happened there, right? Like Horan works quite well in doing some of the AoE clearing. Dorothy definitely hard nuked a bunch of those raptors. Okay, let's just do one more try. Because then Polly provides a very good buff for Snow White, right? Like there is a reason she is part of the Snow White composition. Wait, how did that not kill this time around? That's weird. Well, anyways, let's just try a different stage, but I'll definitely continue trying some stuff because this has potential. Like, it definitely has potential. Some replacement of guilty. What? What? Seems like someone took my 1-20 challenge mode kill as a guide. I guess I'll message him in a bit that it's not a guide and that there is replacements for that, like Senti and many others. Let's see. So let's just continue with guilty. You, and let's go with Rapunzel. This was an area of defense one, wasn't it? Let's try first with Snow White, right? Yeah, because I remember there was like a bunch of laser beams. Yeah, I remember now. Kind of forced into. By Modernia? Wow. Oh wow. That was not something I anticipated. Yeah, we cannot recover this anymore. Wow. Did you guys see how quickly Modernia got deleted there? That's always... It always brings a smile, doesn't it? When you see one of your Nikkes just absolutely get decimated out of nowhere just because you blinked. Okay, you did your beam. Cool story, bro. Yeah, I noticed the Sniper Rapture too late. Yeah, I noticed the other Sniper Rapture way too late. That's so sad. Oh, that is... I might actually have to drop Snow White just for this stage because it's way too obnoxious. Oh, pff, I blocked too late. Or I could drop Guilty and go for a little bit more burst gen instead. That could work. I know you're gonna shoot soon, so let's just get rid of that. Yeah, I probably should drop guilty for Senti in this stage in particular. Oh wow. Okay, this stage. Yeah, I remember this stage now. This stage is the one where they went absolutely freaking crazy with the freaking laser raptors. Try stunning them with oh yeah, that could work. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a specialized team just to deal with this stage, because I don't really feel like going at it for hours. So we're gonna go like this, this, this. Yeah, this should work. I could go like this, or I could... Modernia doesn't really want to be in the same team as Privity though, but... Okay, let's try it like this though. Let's try Horan this, and then use Privity as a buffer first, and let's give it a try like this, and see how it goes. Yeah, she got deleted faster than she got deleted in the intro. Like, no wonder she struggled against Blacksmith. But yeah, like, that was... Oh yeah, the problem is that Privity does kind of gimp... Okay, so we're gonna block the first laser beam. Okay, we're gonna do a AoE stun here. Ah, no, they just fill the bar way too quickly. Yeah. They fill the bar very, very quickly. This is troublesome. It's actually very, very troublesome. I could go with Modernia Burst instead there, but... Yeah... Wait, was that blue for a second there? Yeah, no, this is Operation failed. This is... I probably shouldn't have Modernia though if I am using Privity. So if I am using Privity... no, this one is not gonna work. If I'm gonna use Privity, I probably should use something that will... Helm, maybe. Attack buff, possible healing. Mostly attack buff, though. Probably something like this will work better then. So many laser units. I know, right? Like, it's really... It's quite something to observe. Now this is not gonna work, is it? Well, I guess it's time for Honkai Star Rail then. I'll figure something out for this stage as well. There's probably a combination that would work against those things that does enough AoE. Like, what's really amazing is that the clear info like doesn't tell you much. Like, sure, this kind of works, I guess. I could copy this formation actually. Because I do have this exact formation, right? So let's give it a try with this. I doubt it's gonna work as I anticipated, but I'll assume that the order of the units as well is the order of thingies. But he's not using Dorothy. That's that. Ow! I mean, the damage buffs are working quite well, because to be fair, Leader does give hefty damage buffs. It could work. Lowest CP teams, they got, yeah, they got great gaming chairs. Like, some of them are probably like cheaters or something. Or some of them are just incredibly good at the game, that's also possible. But some of them just make zero sense when you look at the lowest CP clears. I think I'm gonna swap to Honkai Star Rail though for today, because I do want to do also the dailies over there. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna close Nikke. He has Limit Break 1 Marion. Oh yeah, Limit Break 1 Marion probably helps a little bit in giving some stats. For sure. Maybe that's what I'm missing? No, I doubt it. I doubt it's just because of the Limit Break Marion. It does help though, but I honestly doubt it. He probably also has higher skill levels on Marion and the others. Because I did... Oops, sorry about that. Oof, dinner coming back up. They do have what's it called? I did spend a lot of skill books on Snow White, so there's that too. Okay, so HSR. There we go. And we're gonna edit the game, and we'll edit it again at the end of the stream. Right. Because most of this stream was a Nikke stream, to be fair. Here. Honkai Star Rail. Save. There we go. So, what are the dailies today? Okay, so there's this thing. Claim. Asta messaging us? So, do you know where Pepe has been lately? Same old spots. Something the matter? Are we gonna get a quest? Front appears to be lame. Just like Arlen. He's in perfect health. He's not hurt. There are no signs of fractures, but why would he pretend to be lame? Maybe he wants to just... It almost sounds like my dog that will do anything to get some attention, doesn't it? Let's see. So what are the dailies? Complete one daily mission, consumables one time, assignment, golden calyx, enter combat by attacking enemies' weakness and win 3 times. Okay. So consumables is quite easy. I can just grab a random consumable and just use it. Oh wait, maybe not a random one. Let's use this one. So that's that. Then there's the daily quests. Yeah, the daily quest is... Maybe we don't need to do the daily quest actually. If I go into simulated universe and we do a simulated universe real quick. So we're gonna go with the usual suspects. Should I? I think Thundering is better. Launch simulated universe. And we'll go with the hunt. But yeah, how many of you actually play? I think you guys mentioned earlier, like not that many of you actually play Star Rail, do you? Obtain 1 curio. I'd rather take a curio, yeah. Destructible objects will appear more frequently, and rewards are doubled. Each time you enter the following domain, gain cosmic fragments. Upon entering battle, all allies will nullify all damage except for Dot until after they are attacked and cannot be debuffed. Until after they are attacked. Okay, let's see what this does. Because this is... So that's 1 weakness broken. There we go. So it's a quick win. Let's see. Enemy's weakness, there is a chance to random dot. I guess this one works. Yeah, there we go. We go with this one. So, actually, I'm very curious. What do you guys think overall of the Mother Whale solo raid? Or are there, like... I'll go thing by thing, right? What do you think of Mother Whale solo raid? What do you think of Overzone, etc.? So let's start with Mother Whale. I'm actually curious, like a little bit of feedback on that. Or if you want to give feedback on something else, like for example, what you thought of my recent videos, that would also be appreciated. I don't know if you guys have watched my recent videos actually, because I know you guys follow the stream, but... Oops, I did not mean to do that. That didn't do any damage, okay. Mother Whale raid is BS, and that's understandable for sure. Like I feel like a lot of new players are just gonna feel very frustrated because they're basically stuck at low levels because of how strong Mother Whale actually is in solo raid. So that's probably a big mistake on their part. You like the competition for the leaderboard ranks, but plus free gems no matter where you place. Yeah, that's true. They do give a lot of free gems. That is something that is quite nice. So a lot of people will get a bunch of free gems one way or another thanks to it. But I can see why people are frustrated, because they're basically, they feel like they're stuck at low levels, but in reality Mother Whale is very, very strong and scales very, very quickly. So I feel they should have done it like a little bit differently in that regard. If you can make text transparent because they keep blocking the damn ports. If I can make the text transparent because they keep blocking the damn ports. Do you mean in my videos? Or do you mean... what do you mean? I'm a little bit smooth brain at times, so... Do you mean in my videos, or do you mean in the... in stuff? Make the text transparent because it blocks the damn ports. Oh, I got ambushed. Text transparent because they blocking the damn ports. I'm sorry I'm a little bit slow, but I'm just trying to understand what you mean by that. Oh, the breakable parts. Oh, you mean on Mother Whale, right? If they could make the text more transparent because you cannot see. Okay, I think I understand what you mean. Is that they made the text a little bit too big or too annoying, and it kind of doesn't allow you to see very well what's happening. I could just do this actually. Because why not? Yeah, like the breakable parts are a little bit hidden at the back for sure, which can be a bit annoying as well. Because and maybe the text makes it even more difficult. I like the idea of the leaderboards as well and the whole thing, because at least it gives people that are very deep into the game some way to kind of play around, right? But I can see why it frustrates like players that are weaker, because they feel they're stuck and they feel like it's just a whale kind of playground, right? Because it can give that sort of feeling. Also, I don't know why they chose... I mean, I kind of understand why they chose Mother Whale, but at the same time I don't agree with the decision of choosing Mother Whale as the boss. Because it's such a difficult boss if you don't have already a sort of built roster. So, I'm not sure I agree with that decision personally. Feels like some accounts are cursed. Your little brother started late and he's already past the 160 wall. Yeah, some people get past it really quickly because they get very, very lucky, and some are pretty unlucky. But overall, if you plan out, you actually get past that wall pretty quickly if you... Okay, if you plan out, basically. Kurukurin. Welcome back, Zephyr. Like, I don't know, it feels like there is a lot of RNG involved, but at the same time, if you plan out and accept that maybe the one that you will fully limit break will be Crow, because that's where the RNG directed you, then you kind of break the wall pretty quickly. But that would require like either gacha experience or some guidance from a veteran player, right? So I don't expect a lot of people to do that. But yeah, like, it's kind of interesting though that you guys have that. Like the perspectives really vary a lot because Fate Nero thinks it's completely BS. I assume you're like kind of a newer player, right, Fate? Three Pilgrims luck, Three Pilgrims and nothing. Yeah, that really freaking sucks. That actually is cursed. That is really cursed. I hope they kind of fix the whole Pilgrim mold situation, because it can cause people to quit for sure. I guess we'll go with this. Actually, max LMB Dorothy just to save Synchro slot. That's one way of doing it. Let's use some of these. But yeah, like, it does feel like, I don't know if you're still healer Fate Nero, but you're probably like a newer player or a like intermediate player or whatever, and probably struggling, kind of like I did as well with 5 and everything, and getting stuck early on, which probably fuels a lot of the frustration, which is kind of like, that's why I'm thinking it's like not such great design the way they did it, right? But it is what it is. And whereas I know for a fact that Jossos is even further ahead than me in Nikke, so he's probably quite strong actually inside of the game, so he can get further and enjoy Mother Whale a little bit more. Let's put it that way. Let's take this. I'm actually curious about what it does, like how it actually functions. Your endgame as well. Okay. Well, then I'm actually completely wrong about my assumption then. Huh. I thought for sure that you were... you still hate her? Fair enough. Even at high level, you can have like only 2 good teams. It depends on how far into the endgame you're at, right? Yeah, for newer players, it's like way, way worse. That's why I don't... And the worst part of it is that they could have picked other bosses that require you even less specific niches to feel right. Because Mother Whale requires you like such fine-tuning in terms of niches that it just makes things way more annoying. Because let's say, for example, for solo raid, instead of putting Mother Whale, they had started with, I don't know, Land Eater, or with Harvester, or with, I don't know. I mean, you get the idea of what I'm trying to say, is that... the shield only breaks if you... the shield only breaks if you have killed all of the raptors that Hit has summoned. Material H would... You know what? Material H would actually be interesting. Like, just listen to me. Material H doesn't have uber complex mechanics, but you need to clear raptors and you need to do like a lot of things. It keeps you on your toes, right? But at least you don't have to do something like splitting your some of your teams a lot, etc. But yeah, Material H would actually nuke some asses if it gets scaled up. But you kind of get like the point I'm trying to make, is that if they had chosen a different boss where there is less of a need of specific niches like Mother Whale, where you need to have You need to have something that hits a lot and very quickly to break the small raptors, because yeah, because of the core mechanic of Mother Whale. So if you had something that was less restrictive in terms of niches, uh, it would be way better, right? Like, at least in my opinion, at least for the first solo raid. Because I feel like that's one of the biggest issues about Mother Whale is that it's a very restrictive boss about what you can actually bring. At least that's my personal opinion on it. If you guys disagree, like, you can just say so. If you think I'm like smoking crack or something, which would be very fair. Let's take this. And let's take this. So many turns in a row, right? Like, I don't know. Like, to me, if they had put like Land Eater, if they had put Chatterbox, if they had put like all of those that don't require very specific shit, it would have been better. Maybe I'm just fucking high, right? Challenger Whale is insane. You can't even break the core. Oh. Then it basically, like, if you cannot break the core, it just absolutely demolishes a lot of compositions. Because, for example, like, not being able to break the core, it means that all the raptors are perma-buffed. So that means that you need... Like, I don't even know where to begin with that one. Because you notice that a lot of my strategies were centered around breaking the core because of how ridiculous Mother Whale can be. Like, I don't know. Like, imagine, like, Mother Whale's core is what allows the raptors to be buffed. You don't only just need the Dorothy and Moderna, you probably also need Scarlet to be able to do decently. Because the whole thing is that the core is what buffs the raptors and makes it so that you don't like, you need X amount of hits, right? So if you cannot break the core anymore, it means that you are forced, no matter what, to always bring something that can counteract that mechanic where you need X amount of hits. Or you need something like a Haran or something that can insta-nuke as soon as they spawn into the screen. Himeko is love indeed. You tried Epinel and Haran, and only Haran was able to clear enemies. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's very, very restrictive in what you can bring. And I don't like that idea for solo raid personally. Like, if you want to make solo raid bosses, that's fine, but the problem is, if it's too restrictive, it becomes an issue. It actually is a... Yeah, you need also strong You also need like strong rocket launcher. You need so many specific things that there's no way your average player will have those at the ready, right? Especially because we're very restricted in how many skill books we get. Why is my computer lagging this much? Jesus Christ. Do you guys also see the frame rate dropping? Like, do you guys also see the frame rate dropping a lot? Because I could swear my frame rate is being really bad right now. Oh well. Let's just finish this off first then. Like this. Like this. Yeah, Alstein is... Like, Thomas the Doom engine is quite problematic. Genuinely. In special interception. Wow. Wait, because she hasn't been attacked, she's immune, isn't she? But yeah, like, Thomas the Doom engine is quite overtuned, isn't it? We're gonna taunt him. Overcombust order. Yo, what up, Afdelu? How's your day today? Bailu is evil? Wait, really? Should I go for it? Yeah, I'll go for it. Purge order, okay, so that's easy heal. And in rage order, okay, so taunting that? Why though? Oh well, whatever. It was a pretty good day, to be honest. Like, it was a bit long at times, but that's just the nature of work, isn't it? I mean, I may as well just use this. Doesn't do that much damage to him. Wait, what? Did I regen fully? Oh, that's interesting. Let's just use the skill. Use this. He has so many debuffs on him, though. But what do you mean by Bailu is evil, Zephyr? Is it just because you dislike her, or what's going on there? Yeah, imagine if we got solo raid Thomas though, for real. Like if they actually decided to go with it. I would actually probably barely touch it. If they decided to go with that. If they went Thomas the Doom engine. We're gonna taunt here actually. And then we go with this. Which clears just about everything. Your level in HSR is max. Is my level max too? What do you mean? You mean the Trailblazer level? Or do you mean the level of your characters? Because I'm not very deep into... Oof, okay. Into HSR, personally. Yeah, people would be hella frustrated. Like, people would actually riot if that happened. People would actually riot if Alstein in its current form was used. Trailblazer level, I'm like level 33, I think, for Trailblazer level. Something like that. I believe I'm like level 33 for Trailblazer. The Spurge orders hurt quite a bit. Let's heal you. And then use the AoE heal. And then we go with this. Butterflies. And we get. Oh, I have two charges, huh? Okay, that's why I could. Enrage order and detonation order. Okay, that's manageable. They need to add a server raid. That would be... Yeah, a server raid would be pretty cool. You're ahead in level and still no Seele? Oosh. I got very lucky. Your level stopped when you finish quest as Trailblazer. That's weird. I believe you can go way further than level 35, actually. I believe you can go like way further than level 35. Your Bailu only heals 6666. That's actually the devil, isn't it? I'm level 33. Like, I'm not sure, to be honest, because I haven't gotten there yet. Like, I'm at Trailblazer level 33, right? But I believe you can go further than 35. It's like 70 or... Is Trailblazer capped at 70 or 80, Siwi? Because you probably know way better than I do. For sure. It's not even probably. You for sure know way better than I do. Who do I wanna pick? Probably you. Bailu's the devil. That's one way of putting it. I kind of want to grab a Curio, but I feel like upgrading the blessings would be the smarter choice. I'll grab the Curio. Fuck it, I'll grab a Curio. Game 1 and 2 random blessings. 1 or 2 random blessings. Crit damage of shielded characters. Oh, that's gonna be quite good, isn't it? Which server your Nikke play? I'm on global, actually. Yeah, I'm actually on global. If I should probably make a post and show like which servers I play which games. Oh, whoops! I did not mean to use twice. That will teach me for double tapping this thing. But I'm on global on Nikke. I should probably make a community post so that people can add me, where I show like which games I currently play and which servers I'm on. Because I play quite a few. Add friend with you? Sure. Just I need to check if I have actually even spots, to be honest. There has been a person that has been pretty inactive recently, so I'll probably eject that one soonish. But you can send me the friend request. I don't have my ID at hand though, so I'll have to pull it in a bit, like once I'm done with the simulated universe or something. Expose them. fight both together. Yeah, let's go with this. Let's obtain all of the rewards because I'm greedy as hell. Let's go with this. What happens if I double tap these? Like, how much damage would I do? Not as much as I anticipated. Wait, taunt everything. Now, she is shielded, so if she crits, she will do a lot of damage. Your profile, Nikke, is Scarlet. Okay. It would be better if you gave me your ID or your thingy, so I can check if... First I need to check if I have even spots, to be honest. Let's go with this. And then we add this on top. And then we break. And then... I think we hit this one. Should be able to thunder it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you can send me your ID, that is assuming I have spots, right? Because I do have technically a full friends list, so I'll have to check if I have anyone that is inactive, and then take it from there. I'll taunt here actually, and that goes for anyone that wants to add me from the stream, right? Like I can check in different games and everything. In Honkai Star Rail for sure I have spots because I don't think I have added anyone just yet. But on Nikke it will be a little bit more difficult. I can kill her. And then we thunder like this. Like, what do you guys think? Should I make a community post, like, basically showing how to add me as a friend on different games, if people are interested or something? Because I do play a decent amount of gacha games, right, for content creation in general. And even personally. You wish HSR had co-op similar to Nikke? That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Nikke does have a pretty dope co-op system for sure. Let's go with this actually. I'm pretty happy with that one. If an enemy is under any dot status, they will take damage from a random dot. Okay. Yeah, I could share it. Like, I would have to go individually on each of the games that I play, but that is a thing that I can do for sure. All Clara comp. Oh, that would be pretty funny. That would actually be incredibly funny. I wonder why they didn't go with a similar route to Genshin Impact, where you can bring people into your world, kind of like you can do in Genshin, right? Because that would have been pretty cool. Defeats an enemy, advanced forward. Let's do this one. And breaks action is advanced forward. Or we could go with something else. For every blessing from the hunt, increase speed. Yep, thank you very much. Check it out. Yeah, sure. I mean, you'll have to wait for me to finish this simulated universe before I can even log into Nikke again. It's kind of a shame that you joined this stream after I already finished my daily routine of Nikke, because that would have been way easier. We taunt here. So now we use this to instantly clear them out. And yeah, we can use like this, then this. Like an old Clara comp would be very hilarious for sure. I'll use like this. Taunt again. He resisted, huh? This should break him though. Should do quite a bit of damage to him. But yeah, I'll check it out once I'm, what's it called, done with the simulated universe. I can log back into Nikke for sure. He will recover soonish. I kind of want to do this actually. And then like this. So he enters phase 2. And we instantly thunder them down. Followed by instant fire attack. Which allows to use this again. Which does massive damage. Finished up some work, played some football and took the shower. Now you're back. Welcome back, Namida. I guess I can do this. Like this. Oh, that's almost a break for both of them. We'll take this one actually. The PvP in the there's PvP in the works for HSR, really? That's really surprising. I wouldn't have expected them to do any form of PvP, to be honest. Because that is very strange. What I did see is that in my feed something popped about Tavayat being in the works for a future. I did see that Tavayat was in the works, but let's go like this. Then like this with additional thundering, and he gets all of the dot hits. JRPG and Pokemon. Is there PvP in those? I don't think so, right? Like, as far as I know, there is not. Is there PvP in those games? I don't think so, right? Okay, so now we do this. He does his extra attack, but we can out-heal that. So now I'm really tempted to just tag him like this. And then we tag him again like this. Like this. And then we do this. I think we got this in the bag, right? I think this is in the bag. So we can use it twice as well, so... to push some damage. She has so much speed though. It's actually funny. And that's battle done. GG. Okay, so that's simulated universe done. I'll go check Nikke real quick. Probably we'll do like a community post tomorrow or something to share like all of the IDs that can be used to add me on the different games that I play, because I do play a decent variety, right? So there's bound to be a bunch of stuff that overlaps with lots of my viewers. Yoink, yoink. Okay, let's just do a very quick swap to Nikke, and then we swap back to Honkai Star Rail real quick. If anyone else wants to add me as well, like I can check, I can show my ID and see if we have spots, if I have spots for you guys. What's the name again? Nikke, right? Goddess of Victory, Nikke. Let's see. So log back in. It's kind of funny. Someone told me that they had an issue with playing both Goddess of Victory, Nikke, and Honkai Star Rail at the same time, because apparently their anti-cheats were fighting each other. So that's a thing that can happen apparently. Let's see. So Nikke is loading. Have you guys ever had that actually? For those who kind of like can load both at the same time, where the anti-cheat of one kind of fights the anti-cheat of the other? I think you can add because you're on NA. I mean, I do have technically an NA account as well, but that one is mostly because I want to get the login after being away from the game for a while cinematic. So it would kind of be pointless for you to waste a friend slot on that, right? It's kind of a shame that we're on different servers for sure, Joss. I'd have loved to add you. Would have loved to add you. Yeah. But yeah, I was also going to make a community post. Now that I got permission for it, I can actually talk about it. Jojo. Okay, so here's a very interesting topic. How much do you guys think you can go waifu over meta in the world of Nikke? Right? Because I've seen a lot of comments about how you're basically forced to use leader, forced to use this, forced to use that. Like, I've seen that very frequently. And I'll admit to you, yes, some units make it way easier. I'm just going to pick up something quickly before showing my ID. Yes, some units make the game way easier to deal with some stuff. But my personal thinking is that there's no real mandatory stuff, right? And I have my former union leader from the previous union I used to be in, who is a pal of mine on Nikke, basically beat Nihilister without using Alice, without using any Pilgrims, without using Senti, without using Leader. Just let that sink in. He beat Nihilister without Leader, without Senti, without Alice, and with absolutely no Pilgrims. So here's my ID, here's my everything. So you can kind of copy this and paste it in the chat, I guess. If you want to add me, like, this is my profile. I'm pretty easy to to recognize. Like, yeah, he used a very interesting comp as well. His comp was Freema, Novel, Drake, and what else did he use? He used Helm, and what was his final one? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember what the last one was. I really hate having Isabel you can't sleep. That's one way of putting it. Let me actually check the video, because I will share it in a community post to basically encourage players to not feel like stuff is mandatory, right? Because the reality is not that much stuff is genuinely mandatory. You have yanderophobia, that's one way of putting it. So he used Privity, right, on his final slot. So his entire composition was Freema, Novel, Drake, Privity, Helm. And he had a CP gap that was decent as well, if I recall correctly. Like, it's not... The CP gap he had was not as wide as the one that I used when... The one that I had when I killed Nihilister. But it was not... I think he had like... let me check. Because I believe I can find a different video where we can see his CP. But I believe he had like close to... He had like 130 something, so... let's see. Maybe I can find it. The problem is that he swapped around a lot of his comps initially. But yeah, like... His... He tried a lot of compositions, so it's a little bit difficult for me to find exactly. But I think he had like 130-ish CP, like roughly 130. Let's see. Like, I'm trying to find it though. Because I know his noise is not... But yeah. Like, I can't find the CP, but yeah, basically... He managed to beat Nihilister with that comp. His CP gap was not as wide as the one I had when I killed Nihilister, but at the same time he was using very different comp. And he was not relying on stuff like Leader for cover recovery, he was not using a strong burster like Snow White, etc. But he still managed to clear it. So, to be honest, props to him, and it really goes to show you can kind of play what you want. Assuming you're willing to be a little bit more patient and maybe play with thinner CP gaps at times. You get what I mean, right? Also, I kind of want to promote his video, because I do feel like it kind of deserves some attention. Because it is a very unusual comp, to say the least, right? Novel is very cracked for sure. Like, I agree with you on that one, Josos. You got Modernia. Grats. Oh, that is very, very lucky. Like, you have very lucky pulls, Zephyr. Like, it's actually insane. But yeah, like, this is the ID for Nikke. I don't know if even Avda is still here, but... Like, I have not received any new requests, so... And these requests are probably never going to go through because a lot of these people were from very early on in Nikke. So I'm going to remove these. All of these requests were requests that I sent, like, for the most part, very long ago. So I might as well just remove them. Do you know there was a bug that was instantly used to kill Nihilister in second form? Oh yeah, the jump bug. You cannot get Modernia from friend bond pools though, so you probably used regular tickets. Yeah, you used a ticket. You had to use friend bond pools for what then though? But yeah, like that bug was crazy. Like that bug was crazy. Basically, what happened is if you managed to time correctly killing P1 Nihilister while she was jumping in the air, something about the positioning of Nihilister when she transitioned to phase 2 would bug out, and she would basically fall to her death and just die instantly. But yeah, like Lethal is probably gonna get yeeted out of my friends list if he continues being away. All the other ones are very active, so I'll have to see, right? But I can make space for people for sure. Nikke is probably the one that I'll still put it in the community post, but like I don't have that many slots to be honest. Especially since a lot of these people have had. Yeah, Damien is the. This is the guy, by the way, that cleared Nihilister with the comp that I said, with his novel and etc. Now he's way stronger than back then because he killed Nihilister a while back now. Like that video is he killed Nihilister roughly around the same time I killed Nihilister, I think. Roughly around the same time. But he's always been a little bit ahead of me in the game, so. But yeah, like I'll show again my ID. I'll share it again in chat. And I'll wait a little bit if there's anyone still in global that wants to add, but yeah. Remember when people thought noise was bad before they found out that max HP? I don't understand how people didn't see that coming because literally almost every single game in existence treats maximum HP when you return to normal HP again as healing. So I just don't understand how people didn't see that coming. What also made me laugh a little bit is, okay, my memory could be wrong, right? But I do remember that this little Nikke used to be considered pretty bad early in the game. Like way back, when the early tier lists were being made, etc., she used to be considered pretty bad. Up until they discovered what actually scaling is. And how stupid scaling is on this particular Nikke. You thought of leveling Freema, but you caved and went with. I mean, both are good, right? But Freema has her merits for sure. Like Freema has her merits as a support Nikke. With the increase of max HP during full burst, the defense down, especially the defense down. Like all of her defense downs are pretty good. And the fact that she kind of works like a healer with the max HP. But yeah, like I could be misremembering, but I'm so sure that a lot of the tier lists and analysis very early on in Nikke thought that Alice was not that great. And I'll be honest with you, I don't blame them because we had very little to work with, right? So now the analysis are going to get more and more accurate. But what kind of annoys me is that we still don't know how some Nikkes scale. But people still do the whole thing of this thing is bad because it's bad, and so on. Like for example, Nihilister, she's currently bad. I don't know if that will remain the case when people start getting limit breaks, when people start getting overload gear. Like we'll have to see and wait and see. Because she might actually be bad, but it might be another case of people not seeing the scaling just yet, right? So I'm kind of withholding judgment, and I'm going to try her myself before trusting anything anyone else says. And I'll be honest, even if I were to say that Nihilister is bad myself, you guys should trust what you actually... like, even if I myself end up saying that Nihilister is bad, don't trust me. Trust what you yourself test out. and wait as well to see like how she scales with other stuff, right? Because yeah, like you said, Josos, I think a lot of people thought Alice was bad or not amazing until some people showed that she actually scaled like crazy and she was actually correct. And Koreans swear by Alice now. They actually love Alice a lot because of the whole sniper thing that she does. And the fact that she does so much DPS. So yeah, like that's a thing to keep in mind, is that a lot of the early analysis that people make might end up inaccurate. And it's inevitable because there's no way you can analyze something based on just paper numbers. And there's no way you can analyze a character until you get enough varied contexts to know what's going on. So yeah, healthy dose of skepticism. I'll end my lecture on that, my whole rant about that here. I'll post again my thing, and I'll just go back to Star Rail now. Because that was kind of the plan. Right. So yeah, sorry about that big ass rant about the whole thing, but it's just like a lot of tier lists and analysis and YouTubers posting and posting or doom posting or hyping up units at times grind my gears a little bit because I feel they may be misleading accidentally. I'm not saying they're doing it intentionally, but they may be misleading players a lot accidentally, because there is a limit to how much you can actually playtest for real until, you know, you actually know the character for sure how it works, right? Because it's something that I've seen as well. Like I play a lot of Snow White, right? Uh, they tend to say that X and X character, like for example, D is not that great with Snow White. I'm sitting here saying like it depends on context. D is amazing with Snow White when I'm doing special interception Modernia, and I really don't want to deal with her beam bullshit as quickly as possible. Like, D works really well with Snow White on certain things where you just want to burst something very early on as quickly as possible, and you know your Snow White burst can kill it. There was something somewhat similar as well that was said about Dorothy, and you guys have seen how I play Dorothy with Snow White, so I don't know. Food for thought for sure. But yeah, like I'll stop the rant here. Like it's getting a little bit lame to go that long on that. And there was actually a content creator that I stopped following because he went on lots of tangent rants for a while. So I definitely should avoid doing something that I don't like myself. But yeah, what do you guys think of the new Bunny Girls, by the way? Like, I know that some of you were really hyped about the kind of quote-unquote faction buff that they put on top of each other. But how do you, like, design-wise, first of all, like, how do you like that? Whoever said Dorothy sucks is crazy. They never said that Dorothy sucked, right? But uh, there were some hot takes early on saying that Leader was better or that Dorothy was better. And I was just sitting here just thinking, they feel different niches. What's the point of comparing apples to oranges? And some people thought that Dorothy wasn't that great with Snow White as well. Like, I saw some of those takes as well. And there was something similar as well with D. They could buff her because they already set antecedents about buffing units and changing them a little bit to make them work better. And they have said that they're going to do that with Crow and Solin and some other characters in the latest dev update. Blanc looks amazing, right? Like I really like her a lot. Noir as well, but like Blanc is the one that I like the most personally. Like I don't know, it's just something about that design that I really like. Let's see. So we need to do a daily mission or a golden calyx with a support character. Oh yeah, by the way, before I forget, Trailblazer profile. I believe you guys can see my UID here, but in case you guys want to add me in Honkai Star Rail because you happen to play it as well, it's white hair again. You guys are never gonna let me down with that white hair bias, aren't you? And I'm all for it, to be honest. Oh yeah, did you guys notice that I changed my profile picture on the YouTube channel, and I changed a couple of things as well around in the in my YouTube channel. I changed the Arknight's profile pic to something that is a little bit more recognizable for the content of my channel. I wonder if you guys noticed. But yeah, like here's the Trailblazer profile, and if you guys want to add me in Honkai Star Rail as well, like feel free to do so. I actually have lots of friend slots open in Honkai Star Rail. Wait, where's the daily quest at? Oh wait, no, I was going to go to a Calyx, right? I was going to go to a Golden Calyx. Snow White team indeed. Like it really fits into what I usually do, right? Because I tend to try to find ways to. Let's bring in a support. Sure. Let's add the support. I'm actually gonna swap her for Sile. But yeah, I'm quite happy with how the theme turned out. Maybe I'll have to change it once I get monetized and whatnot because copyright, but we'll have to see. It depends on how Shift Up treats that avatar and how they consider the fact that I'm using official art for my banners and everything, right? Level 13 support, yeah, I know, right? But whatever. The objective here is just to do the dailies, right? Like that's someone who added me very early on in Star Rail. The person didn't know at all that I was a content creator either, so. This should give me full dailies. Yeah, there we go. So now we're Trailblazer 34, which is kind of nice. I'm gonna play a little bit longer, but not too long, because it is still during the week, and I just realized it's almost 2 a.m. So I'm probably gonna play like 20-ish minutes more or something. Tomorrow is gonna be a fun day, now that I realize that it's pretty late. You just noticed the avatar change? Yeah, I changed that today, actually, along with a few other changes here and there in the channel. Got a whale on your friends list and has been dominating the Calyx with Silly. Yeah, like a very well whaled build Silly just absolutely destroys everything, doesn't she? Like it is quite silly to observe. Oh right, because I used a support, right? I have a slot open. Let's add servo back. Heal back up real quick. Someone said Helms looks like St. Louis from Azure Lane. I could see why people would say Helm looks like an Azure Lane character, but from there to do the jump to St. Louis is a little bit... Yeah, but even in the Chandelier dress, like it's a bit of a jump still. I can see why they say that though, because blue hair, beautiful dress, right? And Helm does look like an Azure Lane character, to be fair, but... We're gonna text Danhang. Are you okay? Message failed to be sent. What? Depending on the team buff, the girls I get might pull for Noir as well, but you also want the rupee skin. What's the deal with the rupee skin? I thought the rupee skin was a battle pass thing. If it's not a battle pass thing and it's like some of those people claim it is, uh, gotta go getting Italian food. Yeah, have a nice lunch or dinner, Zephyr. Thanks a lot for tuning by. I really appreciate the support. Um, it's a gacha skin. Okay, so the way they can do gacha skins can vary very wildly because a lot of games do gacha skins. Punishing Grey Raven does gacha skins. Um, well, off the top of my head, the first one that I can think of is Punishing Grey Raven, right? But there are like a bunch of games that have done gacha skins. So there's a lot of ways they could go about it. Some would be more free to play than others, so we'll have to wait and see how they do it. Because getting ahead of ourselves is not going to be very helpful, because either we're going to get angry for no reason, or either we're going to get expectations too high for no reason, right? But I'm kind of curious how they're going to do it, because gacha skins can be very tricky. Yet to see a gacha skin that is free to play. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I have seen some because I have been playing gacha games for quite a few years and quite a variety of them. So I believe I have seen free-to-play gacha skins, where basically it's like a gacha. What's it called? It's like okay, think of it like Fate Grand Order, right? I don't know if you guys have played Fate Grand Order, but there is this thing called the lottery events, the Lotto events, where basically you farm a bunch of currency, and that currency is used to roll the gacha for a bunch of materials, etc. And what that game had was identical to the Fate Grand Order Lotto thing. I think Fate Grand Order also had that for some skins for some characters, actually, now that I think about it, for some Spiritron dresses. But what that game did was basically that, and then you just farm the currency, and at one point or another, you would get the skin. I think Higan also did it as well, and I got it completely free to play, so I think Higan also did it, but it's not the game that I'm thinking about. Higan did the first event was a gacha event, and you could get the skin for free, I believe, or whatever it was. I think it was a skin. And Fate Grand Order with Spiritron dresses, if I'm not mistaken, has done it as well, and you could get those completely free to play as well. And the other game that I'm trying to think of, I believe, also did it 100% free to play friendly. Kind of like a way of making, the grind a little bit more exciting. The gacha thing. But there are examples of it for sure, Siwi. I'm not saying that it will be the case for Nikke, but I am saying that there are examples of it. You don't think it's a battle pass because they said you gotta make 10 pulls or something? But we shouldn't, yeah, exactly, we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. Like, we don't know how it goes, right? And this is something, right, that I gotta mention because, what's it called? It needs to be mentioned. If you guys read the developer notes of Nikke, you'll see that they noticed that some people, and it's something that I personally noticed as well a while back, is that some people are actually trying to be malicious towards Nikke by making fake leaks. So basically what they're doing is that they're saying that they're leaking stuff, but in reality it's not real. Or for example, even for people that are actually data mining, the problem is that they don't have the full context, so they can actually deal more damage than good with what they think they're leaking. And there's an entire paragraph in the developer notes, in the most recent developer notes, uh, about that exactly. So the marine costume is going to be interesting. So okay, I'm gonna make a quick pause from the Honkai Star Rail just to show you guys very quickly the developer notes. Why is this being annoying? Whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna take it from Nikke.gg. Yeah, there have been fake leaks. It has happened before. There was someone that fake leaked the fact that there would be tier 11 gear when that was not the case at all. And it was debunked by some people, but it happened. So I wonder if there is a link directly to the developer notes somewhere in here, because it's kind of obnoxious to have to read it here, because I don't like the style that they do it, but whatever. Okay, so table of content. Characters, costume. They may have removed the whole part that I'm mentioning. I'm trying to find it. But basically what they say, okay, so class defender, white pollux, etc. Can roll for her, same for noir. Special costume, rupee, rapid deluxe. We have no information whatsoever, but it has a new voice, new standing pose, and new shooting pose. Event coin rush. So that's the reason why we get the event. We get a coordinated operation. We get Nihilister. Okay, so I got a lot of practice on Nihilister, so that's going to be interesting. We're going to get Union Raid. New packages, optimization. Where is it? I think it's this one, right? Oh, spread of rumors. There we go. Okay, so there it is. There are some people who have been expressing their love of Nikke. They're making it into most Korean. It's on the launcher. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll just use this because I finally found it. But basically, those were fake leaks, Josos. There were a few here and there. I happened to find them because I was hanging out on Reddit at the time when those fake leaks happened. But they're saying it in the most polite and how do I put it? It's the most polite and like way of giving them the highest degree of benefit of the doubt. They're basically saying some people have been expressing their love for Goddess of Victory Nikke, albeit with different methods. They would spread misinformation in the community in the name of leaking upcoming events and updates, or distort the data or contents as a prank. Worse, some even forge the game data. Occasionally, we receive complaints questioning why we didn't push with certain events that were not planned, and such incidents put the operations team and developer team in a tough spot. We understand that these actions are made from love of God for Goddess of Victory Nikke, but they are inappropriate in their ways of expression that would bring harm to other commanders and the developer team. We earnestly ask everyone to adhere to the good gaming practices, and the operations team will also do its best to prevent such incidents from causing issues to all commanders. So this is the most polite and way of also giving them the highest level of benefit of the doubt, as I said, because the reality is they have asked the people that have been data mining and leaking to stop doing that because they're spreading information with no context, which leads to situations where it's basically misinformation at best and extremely damaging at worst, right? We had that with some of the leaks of people leaking the character from Bowo Paradise. You know, the cat girl. What was her name again? Basically, she went through a few redesigns before being released in the story as the design that we all know. And the problem is that the leakers just leaked the change in design, but they didn't give any context, and most people don't even know how game development works behind the scenes. So they just assumed that that was going to be the new design and that they were basically censoring that character. That's something that happens quite frequently, is that there is an edit in the design and people start saying either censorship or reverted or whatever, even though they don't know that it's just multiple iterations of the thing. The other thing is the fake leaks that happened, and those were like, for example, the tier 11 gear that I just talked about, where basically it's not love for Nikke, it's actually malicious. When you're spreading fake leaks and making fake stuff, then you're actually trying to damage the game, and it's actually malicious. I don't believe it's out of love of Goddess of Victory, Nikke, as they say, but they're being very polite and giving the highest benefit of the doubt to these people. And they've already been asked to stop. And as a prank, the problem is a prank is it's just a prank, bro, up until people believe it and you don't make it clear enough that it's a prank, and you know uh, it becomes an issue. Uh, the roadmap argument is definitely, I agree with you on that one, Josos. If they made a roadmap, it would help them a lot. And they definitely should make a roadmap. I agree with you. But at the same time, it doesn't justify what these leakers are doing, right? And some of these pranksters, as they're trying to frame them, and some of the forge game data that they say they do it because they're passionate about Nikke, but the reality is some of them are actually malicious. Because a prank can be like can be something like the Honkai Star Rail meme train thingy, right? Where is it? Uh, like where was it? I'll try to find it. But there was basically a very funny meme uh, uh, where they would put, instead of the train of Star Rail, they put Alstein instead of the train from Star Rail, like here. It would actually be replaced with Alstein. And you could tell that it was a joke, so that's fine. But some of the quote unquote pranks that some people did, you could not tell at a glance that it was a joke, and a lot of people just ran with it and kind of exploded in the face of devs one way or another, which is not okay. Like, let me see if I can do this like this. Let's see if I can do it like this, and if I can share it with you like this. There we go. This is the joke thing that I mentioned. So this is the meme where you can tell it's a joke, but the problem is the people that actually forged data and made stuff that where you cannot tell at a glance it's a joke. Then it can be considered either malicious or very bad in general. But that's about it. But yeah, there was that thing about it. And they're basically promising that they've been very motivated by all the feedback that we've been given. So they're trying to make a plan to make all the events and mini games and fields, etc., available again for players to be able to replay them as kind of a archive thing, right? You can think of it as the Azure Lane archive, like History archive. Um, the War archives, there we go. Like you can think of it as the War archives of Azure Lane. They're trying to figure out a way to implement that into Nikke, where you can just play old events and get and relive the cinematics, the gameplay, the mini games, etc. That's what they're doing, right? They're trying to find a way to do it, and it's in the developer note. So they're looking into how to do that. And they're also trying to improve SP Arena to make it a little bit more exciting. So it kind of functions. It's not as good as a roadmap. They could definitely use a roadmap, but and Modernia's costume. Someone asked about it. Modernia, what they're going to do is they prepared different designs, and they're going to reveal the concepts so that the community can vote. And based on the vote, they'll decide which costume to go with. So they're going to present us with multiple concepts and roll with the one that is most popular with the community, which is huge, to be honest. Like, I actually did not expect this. They're basically making it really very community-oriented thing, this whole free Modernia gifted skin. And they're balance adjusting some characters, so Miranda, Solin, Breed, Epinel, Crow. Miranda, I don't know why she's in the list, but Solin, Breed, Epinel, and Crow definitely needed some help. So that is something that will be much appreciated by people that like those characters and that would like to use them more comfortably in higher difficulty content, right? But yeah, like back to Star Rail. I kind of ate some of the Star Rail time, but hopefully before it's gone. Yeah, it's not like a roadmap will completely stop these malicious people and the people that do data mining that don't care about the warnings from the devs. Like, it's not gonna stop them. These people are no longer really doing it for the people. They're doing it for themselves, probably because either they want the clout, they want the traffic, or they just want to stick it to the devs one way or another. I genuinely, like, at some point, I don't give them the benefit of the doubt anymore. Because if you've been asked multiple times and your leaks have proven to have a track record of damaging the game one way or another, if you truly did it out of love of the game, I think you would stop if you were a reasonable person. At least that's from my perspective, right? So yeah, it's not like a roadmap will actually stop them, but at least it will remove some of the legs that they're trying to stand on to justify the fact that they're continuing to leak stuff. For sure. You want her machine gun turned into a Bofors gun. That would actually be interesting, wouldn't it? I would love to see if they make Solene like strong again or something. Like, that would be very interesting. Like, how would they Breed, for example, her gimmick about being max HP to function is very difficult to work with. So wait, why am I danking? Okay, so it's for story purposes. Gotcha. I did not I thought it was just going to be a cutscene and that's about it, and he would go find us himself, but we're actually going to play as Dan Hang for a bit, huh? Failed to send message. Interesting. So we're so it's not that Dang Heng is ignoring us, is that he's actually cut from us, huh? But I don't know what you guys think about this whole situation. I kind of said my piece, but it's probably something a lot of people don't care about that much either. It's just that maybe I'm a little bit more sensitive to it because I work in a field where misinformation happens so frequently that it's actually that I can empathize with the devs quite a bit. Because I'm in the field of finance, and like during COVID and afterwards, there was like this explosion of these financial influencers that got really popular, and it was very painful to see. So I can kind of empathize with the devs and how they're kind of being hurt by so much false info and people not listening and all of that stuff. Okay, so we're gonna get to try a team of characters, huh? Or rather, two characters. Okay, gotcha. Okay, we're gonna use this. Oh, Wait, what? A chicken? And we're gonna annihilate him here. Maybe the whole rant that I just did was just boring to you guys, and you just wanted to get on with the Honkai stream, to be honest. So I apologize for that. Even though I even mentioned that I don't like that there was a streamer that I stopped following because he ranted too much. But he was a little bit peculiar, so I hope never to go that far into the deep end. Is my chat dead again or something? No, it's not. Okay, good. So she's down. Okay, so it was scripted. Gotcha. You don't see scripted stuff that frequently like this. So we're gonna hit it like this. That sword and that chicken thing is kind of funny though. I did not expect that. Now I kind of want to get this character and level it. Just because of the chicken. It's definitely beatable without not auto. Okay, so I just played it wrong then. Okay. That's good to know. I thought it was scripted, so... Do you get a bonus for beating it without definitely not auto? Is that the same voice as Tartaglia? No, I'm probably wrong. Hmm.
今まで行商しそれは言えないというより私は一般人の救助を命じてただけだから正直知らないんだそれからそっちの
Okay, I see.
あんた名前は登録俺は炭鉱ここには旅行で来ていてこれから友人たちと合流する予定なんだ申し出には感謝するがダメこんな状況じゃ制作会には誰もいないってあんた僕の名前は聞かなくていいのかいさっきの戦いで自己紹介したでしょそれじゃあ出発よちゃんとついてきなさいよ
She's kind of peculiar, isn't she?
ああそうだ後で二人とも紙に名前を書いてくれないかなあんまり字を知らなくてさ
Okay, she just established that she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Wouldn't be surprised if yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if it was the Stellaron. Working on a vaccine. What? Wait, where did you see that, Joss? I'll need more context for that sentence of working on a vaccine. Because I feel I missed something. Could definitely do some of these before going to bed. Echo of War is already done, but Stagnant Shadow I could do. What character would need a Stagnant Shadow though? Scylla maybe? Oops. Omnisynthetizer, yeah, that's not from Stagnant Shadow. It's from Echo of War. You can't see the message above. Oh, did you try to send me a link perhaps? Because that's something that someone mentioned to me, is that YouTube automatically blocks links on stream chats if they're not from the streamer himself. So if you try to send a link in my chat, then it probably got blocked automatically by YouTube. I think they did that to prevent scams and all of that stuff, you know. But I believe I have heard something along those lines. This is from Echoes of War. Yeah, I definitely, like, even if I go on, yeah, I cannot see your message above. Like, if you try to send a link, then that's definitely the reason why. Uh, Wait, what do I need the Echo of War things for? I'm confused now. What did I want to get? Guess I'll pick a random Echo of War or something. Or I could go for Calyxes. Actually, I could go for Calyxes. Uh, could definitely go for some of these. But yeah, if you try to send the link again, it is blocked. I could try to find a way for you to circumvent that, like through Discord or something, but that's probably why I don't understand what you were trying to say with working on a vaccine. But yeah. Did I get some of that quick thing and then probably go to bed pretty soon. It is getting very, very late. So tomorrow's work is going to be very fun. How long have I actually been streaming for today? 4 hours and a half. Jeez. Did I gacha for weapons? No, not at all. If you mean for light cones, right? Siwi? I did not gacha for any light cones, personally. I'd rather save my rolls for, you know, Kafka and upcoming stuff. I'm actually gonna skip whatever his name was. But I did not gacha for... No, you're not gonna fight me. I'm not interested in fighting you. Actually wanna... The light cones that I'm running are are like stuff that you can randomly get, right? Like the hunt thingy from. I'm still working on this one to get it to max superimposition, but this one you can get it from the Hurt store. And then this one is a 4-star that I randomly got. Same for this one and so on. Like I've not gadget for light cones at all. I don't know. I just don't value them as I should probably value them, but I don't value them as much as, for example, getting new characters and collections and whatnot. Because I'm kind of saving as much as I can for upcoming stuff. So I do have a lot of rolls saved up, right? Because I believe this translates into quite a few rolls. But I've been just saving everything I've been getting for free from the game as much as possible. Like actually hoarding as much as possible. Would be cool if they added Velonia as a playable character. Velonia. I'm terrible with names, so I need to check. Oh, this one. The one with the massive freaking clothes. Yeah, that would actually be so cool. I actually quite like that. I'm fucking terrible with names though. But yeah, that would be like I've mentioned it multiple times. I didn't play much Honkai Impact personally, but I do know a little bit about it. Because I did try the game, I didn't stick much to it though. Uh, get away from me. Let's teleport back to the Shianzu. Here. But yeah, like there are so many characters that would be cool. I also would like if they don't just add Honkai Impact characters, right? But they also make like a lot of original characters that are just as good as, the ones that they've made for the other games. But yeah, but check. I always forgot. Oh yeah, don't forget. I actually made the mistake of not going to the check-in of the Hoyo lab thingy. So I missed out on quite a few free rewards. So don't make the same mistake as I did. Because you can get some stuff. Apparently I missed like 13 days because I completely forgot this thing existed. So yeah. Like don't forget the Hoyo lab thingy. There is like a daily check-in, and now you can see that I got like a bunch of rewards, like 30 Primogems and so on from this thing. But yeah, I think this will be it for tonight. Thanks a lot for sticking around. See you. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks a lot for coming again, Josas. And well, thanks a lot for the support, and I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, maybe the weekend. It really depends on how busy it gets. So it's gonna be a little bit difficult. The weekend, very likely that I will stream. Very, very likely. But oh, hey Namida. Um, and yeah, like have a good night, guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Be on the lookout for the videos. I will publish a Soda full bound story pretty soon. Probably will come out tomorrow, and maybe some other videos. We'll see. So thanks a lot, and have a good night.